Man, what's up? What's up out there, man? Man, we got a live one here today, bro. I'm actually gonna open up the panel too when I get done with this, but I do have a lot that I have to say. Man, I don't like feel like I done stumbled upon something that's definitely gonna take me more than a couple episodes, so I gotta get the first one out the way. I feel like I put a lot of planning into this, you know what I'm saying? I got a little compilation, a little videos I'm gonna show. But this is this one that kind of run deep for me, right? Like this presentation means a lot to me. It's got like like a backstory, you know what I'm saying? But I'm excited for it, you know what I'm saying? Like I actually been looking forward to doing this. Some kind of way having conversations with Mujasi then led me into looking at the right person to get the quotes that led me down, so I kind of confirming some of the things that was suspicious of, and maybe just kind of bring some awareness to why I feel like y'all should be very suspicious of it too, right? The title is properly named. I'm not going back to the origins of the conversation. I want to bring us right up to the Black Egypt that we know, the fanatical Black Egypt, right? Like this whole spiritual, we have to reclaim it, Black Egypt. That's the one that I want to be able to find the origins of. Like, when was there a shift from people who are doing real activism, real activity, in some kind of way, this small subgroup of people being like pushed to the forefront of something, being considered our greatest scholars around this particular time. And that should be problematic for us. And there's a lesson here. And I want to go through it with, you know what I'm saying? I actually want to be the one to kind of like start that part of the conversation off. And I'm excited to really see where it goes, man. Because you know what's the funny thing? Because I know a lot of people are coming here and be naysayers. A lot of people come in here and be like, "Man, I'm being disrespectful, or I shouldn't be doing this." And we're definitely going to hear a lot. But I think if you listen really closely to a lot of things that they say, they kind of actually give you permission to critique them. And as like anybody who gonna proclaim themselves, um, you know what I'm saying, the leader or king of the group that I'm in, like I feel like that's a person that is basically telling me that they're open to criticism. Either that or you're open to killing people. You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, I'm the leader and you're not like taking the criticism. Are you trying to shut me up, or you kind of accepting it? There's only one or two ways that you're going to go about that. So, but if you listen to them closely, again, like I'm saying, I'm going to actually show you. I'm not going to just talk about it. Let's start off right here. There we go. There we go.
Shake it up, stuff. Shake it up. Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
Y'all heard him.
Shake it up. Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
Some of that stuff was just some straight up dumb shit. You heard him say it. I think that's a good place to start. You know what I'm saying? I think that even seeing him saying it exactly like that puts it in perspective, like that he is under the impression that he's just human. And for that, I actually, salute him. So and the fact that is, so now that he's put it that way, I'm basically in the clear. You given me permission and welcome the critique. Cause some of that shit is some shit. Nah, we gotta hear that again. Y'all ain't paying attention, bro. There ain't no way y'all can't catch what he's saying when he said it. Let me make sure I'm sharing that.
Stuff. Shake it up. Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
Y'all heard y'all elder, man. Now stop playing. Yo, absolutely heard him, bro. But the conversations have been good, man. The conversations have been so fun this week. In some kind of way, like we started on Francis Cress Wilson and ended up with Wade Nobles. So that's a range of people who specialize in things dealing with the brain, right? Things dealing with the brain is nothing simple when it comes to the brain, man. You're talking about something that's ironically predictable and to some degree random at the same time. I mean, if that right there makes sense to you, you don't understand what I just said, bro. If that was like, oh, I get how complicated that is. No, infinitely complicated. You know what I'm saying? They can't understand a lot about the brain, but that's not what this show about. And uh, but I would have to almost introduce a lot of that just so you can kind of get some of the concepts that I'm saying. So let's continue. Right? Let's continue. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go right. Let's go right into the good stuff. Mm-hmm.
Need to listen to is you. Pop in Leonard Jeffries in the tape. Pop in Asa Hilliard. Pop in Francis Wilson. Pop in Francis Rogers Rowe. Pop in one of my tapes. Hear something that sounds like you. We don't have to be 100% accurate. Just let us be looking in the right direction. And let you say, that sounds good. That sounds like me. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it sure sounds right. That's all you need. But every other thing.
That's all you need, huh, Doc? That's all you need. Man, I think there's actually so much in there that's actually worth unpacking. But let's just start with he's a psychiatrist. Let's just start with he's a PhD. Let's start with he's qualified. Let's start with this is what he's suggesting as advice. Popping one of his tapes on a daily basis, regardless of how accurate it is. All right, so let me actually get into my presentation now. I'm kind of setting the groundworks right here, right? Y'all heard the people say it themselves. You heard him say the names. Y'all ain't gonna act like y'all ain't heard him say.
You
the
need
names.
to listen to is you. Pop in Leonard Jeffries in the tape. Pop in Asa Hilliard. Pop in Francis Wilson.
Y'all ain't gonna act like y'all ain't heard the names, man. Y'all know who he wants you to listen to, right? He know who his colleagues are. Let's not act like he crazy. So let me actually get into my presentation. I got a lot of stuff over, man. I appreciate y'all. It's been a while. I've been, you know what I'm saying? I'm actually warming back up, but this has been so much fun. I have to do some presentation about this. Like, I actually have to bring this. I got to share some light on this. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to figure out why I'm so excited about it later. You know what I'm saying? I'm just actually going to do it because it's been that much fun. But, the title of the show is In the Crosshairs of a Damn Psychiatrist, y'all. Can you imagine like actually being on the other end of a trained professional that's like he trained to like trick your mind, and even further than that, like he's trained to do it without you noticing it. If not, like he wouldn't understand anything that I wouldn't. But anyway, today we're taking a deep dive into a sensitive but essential topic. What happens when a highly trained mental health professional, psychiatrist, psychologist use their skills irresponsibly, straying from the professional and academic standards that should keep their work grounded in truth and ethics. Our focus isn't on attacking an entire movement or identity. It's about a dangerous pattern that can emerge when one of their founding claims, wrapped in a language of empowerment, can lead someone to unknowingly accept racist bias premises. And when that happens, it creates a moral contradiction. being rightly disgusted by slavery, yet unknowingly embracing the same racial logic that justifies it. I gotta say that again. Gotta say that again. The moral contradiction of being rightly disgusted by slavery, yet unknowingly embracing the same racial logic that justified it. It's quite a conundrum to be caught up in. And here's the kicker. When these messages come from someone trained in psychology, they can bypass your immediate sensory reality, reaching deep into your conceptual and emotional core. How psychologists are trained to influence beyond the surface. Psychologists aren't just trained in facts, they're trained in how human beings process meaning. They know that, for instance, when a cognitive psychologist, that the mind doesn't process reality directly, it represents reality. A symbol, whether a word or image, is like a compressed file. The moment you see or hear it, it explodes into a network of meaning, memories, and feelings. From developmental psychology, they know symbolic thinking develops before abstract logic, meaning our brains are wired to respond to metaphor before before we're even able to fully reason things out. From psychoanalysis, they know symbols bypass conscious defense, reaching the unconscious where deep identity and values are stored. From social psychology, they know shared symbols bind together and can trigger loyalty and hostility in an instant. And from neuroscience, they understand that symbols can light up in the amygdala, the brain's emotional alarm center, before the rational brain can even get the memo. So we got separate disciplines here. We have actually people in the developmental psychology field. We got people who are doing psychoanalysts. We got people who are doing social psychology, and we got people in neuroscience who are all able to identify, in their training where they're able to kind of speak to your subconscious a little bit. Like there's clearly a method and clearly a way of tracking, what part of that method is actually getting a response from your amygdala, which is having a reaction before you're even able to detect something's happening. That's a bunch of a word salad right there, again, of why you would have to kind of separate these things in different shows, right? There's actually so much going on, but I'm just trying to like really lay out the foundation of how serious it is for a psychiatrist to be a bit irresponsible, right? For what could potentially happen when he crosses the line. You know what I'm saying? Even though his intentions are good, he can be fucking up real bad. I don't really have another way to say that, man. I feel like I'm long enough in the show. I'm only one curse word in. I think I'm doing good. We got to get back to some videos, man. I don't want y'all to go to sleep on me because I actually got so much, right? I got so much that I could talk about. There's even more that I'm going to go back into the presentation. But let me see here. What else we got? Oh, man, these people are playing. We gonna do this. 1 second. Stop sharing that and go back into it.
They teach Francis Wilson all that good old European genetics.
What they teach that?
Speak
on it.
You're suffering from a problem. Now
I messed it up. I done messed it up. Hold up. All right, let's go back.
Teach Francis Wilson all that good old European genetics. And she looked through the era and say, you're talking about yourself, aren't you? So that's what you're trying to tell us. You've got a genetic mutation. You're suffering from a problem. Now I get it. I got it now. How could we create a Cheikh Diop? How could they teach Francis Wilson all that good old European genetics? And
Y'all heard him, man. There's one of your PhDs verifying the educational, I guess, standard of, or at least credibility of Dr. Cress Wilson, right? You know, you see them already kind of like putting the shield up, you know what I'm saying, behind the credentials. I think there's something behind the curtain, man. I think they got something going on behind the scenes. Wouldn't it be kind of crazy if this whole time, like, it's not even just one psychiatrist, right? Like, really, it's like a whole, like, little platoon of psychiatrists that's working together, right, to try to to try to reel you in, man. What if that's actually what it is? I mean, as extreme as that sound, I mean, wouldn't that make it at least just a little bit worse, right? At least just a little bit. Hold up, let me switch these videos out. Yeah, they was tripping. Incapacitated by fear. That actually changed the whole mood of what we was doing, man. Cause for real, like watching him in action, like kind of with it in mind that he could possibly like be leading me somewhere, and I might not be able to like just immediately jump off the boat because he's a psychiatrist. Like it makes me watch it in a totally different way. It definitely does.
It didn't play logic.
Kind of makes what he's saying, you know, have a different kind of impact. But what's up, Brass?
What's up? It didn't play. Whatever you was playing, it didn't play. Just letting you know.
No, you didn't. None of this stuff was playing?
No. The last thing you played. No. The genetic thing played, but the whatever when you just paused just then, the incapacitated by fear. I'm assuming that tab. You know, you got to share that tab. It didn't play.
Okay. I'm actually Okay, I got you. I'm actually going I'm gonna just continue with my presentation because that was actually gonna send the whole thing into a different space right there. You know, I might actually say that for a different time. Let me get back into it right here, right? I think I was on my second segment, right? The case of the unfounded claims in Afrocentric psychology. The mysterious case of the the loose lip professionals. Just get up there and say any old goddamn thing. Imagine going to your doctor and he just say any old goddamn thing, bro. Like not even one time is that cool, bro. Anyway, I ain't gonna get that started. Let's take one example. The controversial work of Frances Cress Wilson. She argued that white supremacy stems from genetic inadequacy, that white people are mutants, fearful of genetic annihilation. She also claimed homosexuality was a tool of white population control and urged black men to avoid it. These claims were never supported by peer-reviewed science. They violated the American Psychiatric Association principles. They lacked empirical rigor. They promoted racial essentialism. They pathologized identity, and in this case, sexual orientation. Even in the 1970s and 80s, these were considered ethically suspect. The APA had already removed homosexuality from its list of mental disorders in the 1970s. But in this case, but when these ideas are delivered by trained psychiatrists, they don't land like fringe conspiracy. When these ideas are delivered by a trained psychiatrist, they don't land like fringe conspiracy. They arrive wrapped in the credibility of a white coat, the authority of a PhD, and the emotional resonance of cultural pride. How race-based premises get smuggled in. Here's where it gets subtle and dangerous. When you hear white people are genetically defective, the racial mind might reject it outright. The rational mind might reject it outright. But when it's couched in a symbolic language, perhaps framed like a mythic struggle for survival or heroic call to defend your people, it bypasses the immediate sensory reality and taps into the archetypes that oppressed, rising, and underdog winning. The hero defined the homeland. They're not explaining that part of it very well. But I'm gonna read it again. I'm talking when I'm saying that I explain it. The archetypes. I wonder if these archetypes right here are actually something that are like how would you describe? Maybe like a predisposition of some kind, right? Where you might be able to have a broad category and have some subcategories. But that's definitely all me just guessing. But I'm gonna read it again. But when it's couched in symbolic language, perhaps framed in a mythic struggle for survival or a heroic call to defend your people, it bypasses immediate sensory reality. It taps into archetypes, the oppressed rising, the underdog winning, the hero defending the homeland. This is what psychologists call deep framing, shaping the underlying worldview so that even unrelated decisions start to bend toward it. Suddenly, you will find yourself nodding along to the ideas you'd normally reject, like the distrusting anyone outside of your group or assuming bad faith based on skin color alone. This is how someone who is morally repulsed by slavery can end up using the very same race-based logic that slavery relied on. The idea that inherent traits of a race determine value and destiny. You do begin to lend credence that what happened couldn't have happened any other way, right? You were just as genetically disposed for your future in history as the other groups. If the blood had anything to do with it alone, then you have no option. There's nothing that you can really do about it unless you're unless that you're going to do some eugenics. Yeah, again, that would have to be a whole nother episode. The world impact from voting to business, right? This isn't just philosophical, it's practical and can quietly undermine your life. When they're saying it's practical, this isn't something that I'm making up. Remember, I started with all the different disciplines that can incorporate these type of things, and one of them was let's say that again. Go back up to it. A social psychiatrist, right? Social psychology is the field they're saying. In that particular field, they shared that symbols bind together and can trigger loyalty and hostility in an instant, right? I think another way that people describe that is fear mongering. Tell me that doesn't sound a little familiar. I know you've even heard some less scathing critique call Afrocentrism fear mongering. But back to it. So when racial essentialism seeps in, it can subtly discourage civil participation. Why vote in a system built by them? It's all rigged. A belief rooted in a distrust of the other becomes disengagement from your own political power. Deter financial ambition. Loans are just tools for them to control you. Instead of researching opportunities, you close the door before you even knock. Shrink your professional visions. Business is their game, not yours. That race-based frame turns a skill gap or market challenge into an imagined cultural boundary. I actually personally, I cannot stand when people say we can't do this because it's too white. Hold up a second here. Yeah, man. But I mean, I'm getting through it, man. This has been like a lot of fun. I've been like really enjoying kind of going through this. I think if Brass might want to say something, I definitely want to hear some input on some of the things that I'm saying. You know, hopefully I'm saying it really, really clear. Because I'm, you know, so far I think I've done a good job of like really laying out the groundwork of, you know, why, you know, the concern of the message coming from a psychiatrist should definitely be alarming to the average person. Hey, what's up, Brad? What you feel about this presentation so far, man?
No, I love it. I like what you're reading. That's what I was saying. I want to see what it is you like, what you cooked up, because, you know, like I said, we're just doing a lot of Discord chats and lives, but I think it's time to maybe kind of get out like what you're doing. I applaud you for it, by getting out, putting a face, putting a name to it, putting an actual live where people could join the panel. People could hit the link. Because right now we're just giving people our private thoughts, but you know, the more we overturn these rocks, we get to where it's at. But I love what you're reading. I just want them to be able to see it too, because the shit is fire. I think that you're the first person that kind of hit me to it. That's why I didn't kind of jump on it, pause, by saying all of the ones that we've studied so far is all psychiatrists and psychologists. So it all falls into one tier. I think I'm gonna do a show to kind of talk to the people. When we do these Discord chats, like I said, they can't talk, but I want to do a show where we have a conversation with just to show a tier of, yeah, why is it all psychiatrists, psychologists, the ones that got the degrees? So it's either falls in one tier of a psychiatrist, an actual psychiatrist that has their degree, whether that be MD or PhD, a psychologist, or it falls into like an autodidact or somebody that's self-taught. And the funny thing is, it's all of the psychiatrists is the ones that's going to the self-taught, all of the self-taught people. It's like they're dumbing down their education they went and got from school. So they learned the correct way, and they go and seek out the self-taught, more popular guy to put their shit out. It's the weirdest, it's the weirdest thing. And I guess like I guess if we did a study and looked into other people, it would be weird to kind of figure out, but that can't be how that works. That can't be how that works. You got the and then that video you showed was terrifying. The white people showed you the genetics. That's why I wanted to see that video, whatever you saw, because their actual words are actually more dangerous than anything I've heard. It's the guy said they taught you the genetic. Can you play that again if you can find that? They taught you the genetics.
They taught Frances Cress Welsing genetics?
Yeah, they taught her the genetics so that she
just
could be
up
a
that
pseudo?
line, yo. Just up that line.
Are you serious? They taught you the genetics so you could go be a pseudo. It's the weirdest thing. It's like the story of how she met Neely Fuller. And then now we're looking at Richard King, another clinical psychiatrist, educated. And then she went to
honestly, you know what? I was skeptical because it came from Chief X, but I feel like now we definitely gotta dig that up now. So okay, I think this is it though.
I'm with you, Dr. Jefferson.
I got you.
Play the full minute so we can get some context. He wants to present something so we can see. Oh, what up, Mika?
And Mika, I definitely got you.
Yeah. Shout out to Mika. I heard she got.
I didn't
hands.
want the readership to be a problem, but I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, they want to see it because when you reading, they want to read along with you. That's all they're saying. Play it for the context.
Okay. So is this it when I play it?
All that good old European genetics.
Yeah. Make it full screen so they can see it.
Look through the era and say, you're talking about yourself, aren't you? So that's what you're trying to tell us. You've got a genetic mutation. You're suffering from a problem. Now I get it. I got it now. How could we create a Chekonta Diop? How could they teach Francis Welser?
All right, I'm gonna
no. Stay right there. Stay right. Bro, their words are more powerful than anything that we could say.
Correct.
Let them start right there at the beginning where he says, "How could they teach Francis Welser?" You got me fired up over here.
Mm-hmm.
And we end up saying this. How could they teach Francis Welser all that good old European genetics? And she looked through the era and say, you're talking about yourself, aren't you? So that's what you're trying to tell us. You've got a genetic mutation. You're suffering from a problem. Now I get it. I got it now. How could we create a Chekonta Diop who they tried to colonize?
But yeah, you hear him. You hear him, right? You hear him giving it credence. He putting a white coat on her. You see it? You see it, bro? Dirty, right?
He said, how could they teach her genetics? And then just skipped what they was teaching her and said, what they trying to tell you though is they got a white genetic.
These niggas was on some bullshit, guys. Hey, bro, you can't, bro. These niggas was slick, bro. What?
Oh God, that is too funny. That is too funny.
Where my block at? Is this right here?
Shake it up. Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
What did he say?
He say some of that was just
stuff. Shake it up. Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
Y'all heard the good doctor, man.
Stuff. Shake it up. Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
Some of that, it was just some dumb shit. You heard him. See, like you say, their words is more powerful than mine, bro. I'm not the one actually saying these. They are actually. They know that they up there playing. Y'all don't think y'all get it, man. Come on, bro. Not like if he was talking about scientifically, this is how I know he ain't talking about science. Because he ain't start off with science, right? Matter of fact, let's get into the real video right here. Let me show the one. Let me show the one that Haskell argued me down about, right? Goodness gracious, about what he could have meant when he said this. Pull that. Here you go. Mika, I hope you listen. Tune in right here. This is it.
The first courses in Black psychology have offered. We made it up. There was no such thing as Black psychology.
Wow.
So we just pulled together stuff and began to put the ideas because we'd started having this dialogue about a psychology that was relevant to us. We being a couple of the graduate students who were at U of M at that time, who subsequently became colleagues and early co-authors with some other works that I'll tell you about shortly. But that then became kind of the impetus for beginning to kind of build this kind of commitment to a Black psychology and Black psychology educology. Probably one of the first courses in Black psychology have offered. We made it up.
All right, so how did they come up with the first course of Black psychology?
They just made it up.
Probably one of the first courses in Black psychology have offered. We made it up. There was no such thing as psychology.
Wow.
So we just pulled together stuff and began to put the ideas because we'd started having this dialogue about
Y'all heard him, right?
And she laughs. That's the funny part.
Yeah, I mean,
As she's listening to him, she's just laughing like, for real? Like, a lot of this, you could tell people's good sense is coming out. You played a video the other day where I think it was him talking, where he was talking about his ideas, and then she tried to go further when she was interviewing him, and he said, but you got to buy the book. See, that's in the book. And she said, that's a shame. And then started laughing, like as if she was playing along with him. But in her heart, she was actually saying, like, this is a shame. She probably was like, why am I even interviewing this person?
It had to at some point register her, like, hold up a second, bro. This dude can't be serious, bro. He can't be. I gotta find where I put that one, bro.
Yeah, if you could find it, but I'm just here for the technical stuff. I don't want to let you be up here riding out by yourself. You know what I mean? I'm just up here to help you with the links, to let me know when you want to drop a link in the chat, because that's kind of, for me, I appreciate you doing this, because those Discord chats, we can't always talk to the people in the chat, so they can't come up. But just let me know if and when you want to drop the link and allow people to talk and all of that. But I'm just watching, bro. I'm being a fan right now.
All right, hold up. I just found it. Here we go. Is it playing? Can y'all hear that?
No, you got to share the tab. You got it in another tab. Share that tab. You still got this tab up.
I got so many of them up. It's messing me up. I should have cleaned that up. All right, here we go.
Exalt yourself. If you somehow understand the dignity in you, if I can love the God in me, I can see the God in you and understand that I have the responsibility to help to facilitate that wherever I see it.
And if you had to tell someone to go somewhere to get this information or this knowledge, how to begin to love themselves and how to begin to think and get to where even you are and above.
I mean, like, coming from a lady, right? I mean, wouldn't that be like the perfect time for you to like to really just be honest? Like, that's a fair question, right? Such a innocent question at that. Just know what this goddamn shark said.
Tell someone to go somewhere to get this information or this knowledge, how to begin to love themselves and how to begin to think and get to where even you are and above. What would that source be? What could they tap into?
That's a 300-pound fat girl question too, by the way.
Other than my
shame on you. but that's their wealth of knowledge is knowledge in these.
Yeah, but there are references in those kind of things.
And he ain't back down.
Go back and let it play through. He says, shame on you.
And to love themselves and how to begin to think and get to where even you are and above. What would that source be? What could they tap into?
Other than my books?
Shame on you. Source B, what could they tap into?
Other than my books?
Shame on
you. Jolly good, man.
What is the book?
It got it. You got to buy the book, man. Got to buy the book. You want some of that self-love, some of that Africa? You got to buy the book, baby girl.
And that's the, now for clarity, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand. I'm going to give him a little bit of credit. Mm-hmm. If what he was trying to say was that the Black psychology models up to this point were essentially like the mainstream psychology, it was all Eurocentrism. And that's what they was fighting. I understand that. It's like they couldn't explain what Black people was going on in psychiatry or psychology. So we need to somehow kind of get the African into it, get the African American into it. I get it. I completely get it. When you say things like made it up, like you say, we didn't have a blueprint, we made it up. So kind of like you can say as a person when you're in business, I mean, I'm in business. Sometimes when you are starting a business or when you begin to run a business, some of the things you may say are, we kind of figured it out as we were going along, right? We made some mistakes. We learned from the mistakes because, this is the first time I'm owning a restaurant. Like, I'm interested in getting into this Chick-fil-A. This guy is trying to get me to invest in this Chick-fil-A in Teterboro. It's already up and running, but the guy who owns it, blah, blah, blah. So I know I can learn from the mistakes he's already made, right? These are things, Chick-fil-A has a model, they have this, that, and the other. But in their case, just so we're clear on where I have an issue where he says we made it up, not that it's a new frontier, this, that, and the other. This is a scientist. When you start talking about psychology and psychiatry, you have to deal with the testable stuff, the empirical stuff. So when you are just making this up, if you're just talking about it as a cultural thing, Logic, then cool. If this is just a cultural psychology thing and you're trying to just introduce the African American experience, that's one thing. But when you trying to pass this off as science and you just skip all the levels of hypothesis, falsibility, like you falsifiability, you just skip all of the method and then start talking about melanin has superpowers and white genetic annihilation, all this stuff. If you just up there talking, cool, but you trying to pass this off as a science. You're saying I'm Dr. such and such, whether it's honorary or not. I'm Dr. such and such, and this is what is. Now you're talking to unscientific people. Now you're not taking this. Now, if you're calling the Eurocentric psychologists of that time, you can't take that bullshit to them. Because they're going to take one look at it, understand that this is not science. There's no methodology at all. You just making shit up. Right? And they know you trying to pass this off as science, not culture, just science. So they're not, you can't take it to them. So what you're supposed to do right there is go fucking follow some methodology based on what has already been seen and use it, kind of tailor it to us, this, that, and the other, but make something that could be peer reviewed so that the whole science can move forward. Psychology can move forward, not just Black psychology, but Black psychology and psychology. Black psychiatry and psychiatry can move forward. But then when you start making this bullshit up and you don't take it to them because you can't, and then you turn around and just give it to unscientific people and start writing books and claiming it as a doctor, and these people don't know the difference, you're a scam artist and a pseudo at the highest degree. And you diagnosing all these sweeping diagnoses of all races. Now you a racist standing in front of these people that don't know that you're not even qualified to talk about biology and genetics. I feel like we just keep saying the same thing over and over, and everybody keep telling us we wrong. But that's the issue. It's not that they did it. It's just how they did it. You passed some bullshit off as science to us, to Black people. You put it in the ISIS papers and started selling this shit. So yeah, I got an issue with that.
There's some huge issues with it, right? It's some huge issues with even her story before she releases the ISIS papers and she's fired from Howard University, right? Like, so, one of the arguments that we keep running up against is, they were dealing with a different version of racism. But Howard University as a Black institution, right? A Black college, they thought that her views were too extreme, right? So even they were like, this ain't the stuff we taught you. You know what I'm saying? They kicked her out. So for us to want to pick her up, and then it's like the only thing that you could be holding on to is how extreme she is. You know what I'm saying? Because if not, you can get that somewhere else, right? Like you can get the explanation between, what aggression looks like under a microscope, as far as genetics, like what type of gene is it? Like, where would you possibly see it? Like that data's out. We definitely don't need to go back 40, 50 years to the ISIS papers just to to try to make a concept about that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's one, it's unnecessary, and really it really doesn't even it really doesn't help your point. Without getting into that, let me get back into some more of my presentation, man.
Go ahead, and then I want to address some of the chat, because the chat's leaving good comments for you. But go ahead, bro. Do what you're doing.
Let me read one more section in. Okay. I'm on here, right here. The contradiction with opposing slavery, right? Here's the heart of the contradiction. If they're disgusted by slavery, and you should be, part of what you reject is the idea that race defines worth, that certain traits supposedly fixed in blood justify domination. But if you adopt race-based premises from the Afrocentric or other racial framework, even inverted ones, you've brought the same logic back into your mental home. It's like throwing a poison drink. It's like throwing out a poison drink, but keeping the poison. Slavery is evil. It wasn't just in its brutality. It was in its worldview. That worldview can wear many customs. And if you don't spot it, you might unknowingly pass on it. Or you might unknowingly pass it on. So what were you about to say, Brad?
I'm not about to say that. I'm listening to you, bro.
I'm on it down to my last section, so let me finish it up then. Protecting your autonomy. Oh my gosh. Oh man, this is the section right here. Because when you think about autonomy, I have to like kind of to set this word. I'm gonna just read it first, and then I'll get into it. So how do you guard yourself, right? How do you protect yourself from a damn psychiatrist, man? Anybody talking to you about, hey, if a psychiatrist ever go rogue, nigga, do this? I don't think I ever heard a conversation like that. But let me finish what I'm saying. Check the source. Is this claim backed by evidence or authority or charisma, right? Spot symbolic hooks. I'm being swept up by imaginary and story instead of facts. Separate identity from argument. Would you agree with the claim if it were said by my own group? Right? I'd always say flip that around. If you heard a white person say some of the crazy shit y'all say, y'all would flip smooth out. Demand multiple perspectives. If a therapist or a speaker only presents one worldview, that's a red flag. You know, retain the right to disagree. Autonomy means that you can walk away without guilt. Can you disagree without being a coon? I guess we're gonna find out probably in the next episode. In the end, influence is inevitable. We're all shaped by the words, images, and symbols around us. But when that influence comes from someone with deep psychological training, we need to raise our guard. Not because psychology is bad, but because it's powerful. Right? I actually have some respect for the man training. And just act like he just a bum. When used ethically, it can heal. When used irresponsibly, it can plant seeds that grow into beliefs you never consciously chose, including the very racial logic you thought you rejected. The lesson. Protect your mind the way you'd protect your vote, your money, your freedom. Because once you surrender your mental autonomy, the rest is just a matter of time. Before I'm guessing you fall like way off the cliff. Maybe you fall into what they call as fatalism. You stay home and don't want to do nothing. I think a lot of people are probably closer to that than they want to admit. But that's all I got. That's the end of my presentation of being in the crosshairs of a goddamn psychiatrist. But we're gonna do some more. I think that there's a lot more to uncover. I might dabble a little bit in the techniques if I'm getting too much pushback, like y'all really don't think that it's like that, and they know that you're predictable. But we got to get into this conversation. So what's up, Brad? Where you at with it? I want
to speak to some of the comments. You want to drop the link?
All people out there thinking.
Okay, you can drop the link.
Yeah.
I don't, maybe they'll come up, maybe they won't. I don't really, we doing this. They said we were afraid to actually come out and have the conversation. So there's the link. I'll drop it in the Discord in a second. So I want to speak to this comment. Shouts to Sister Safa. Dr. Naeem Akbar pioneered the development of Black psychology, creating culturally grounded approaches that highlight the historical and cultural roots of African American health. But that sounds like ChatGPT or something. I know you. I don't know if you. I don't know if that came from you, but if you're saying that, I would say you're only half true. And this goes to the heart of what we're saying. Those culturally grounded approaches, if left in culture. So if you just leave these culturally grounded approaches in ideology and symbology, or symbolically, if you leave them there, I really wouldn't have that much of a concern, right? I mean, he was a member of the Association of Black Psychologists from the 70s to the 90s. He did promote African-centered psychology. So this is what we'll give him his credit. He argued that Black people's mental health must be understood through African history, spirituality, and communal values. He published widely in the popular Afrocentric space, breaking the chains of psychological slavery, which are still sold in Black bookstores. But here's the part that you don't really kind of get. It's not pioneering to do what he was doing, because it wasn't he was a scientist passing it off as science, not culture. Like, I don't know what part of that y'all don't get. This is a man promoting science. This is like, and the funny thing is, on this particular side of the conscious community, that's the part where I don't understand why y'all don't get that. If he's passing culture and he's making it African-centered, no one would have a problem. But if it's mainly pseudo, genetic annihilation, fucked up Egyptology, no basis in any kind of neuroscience, no basis in any kind of biology, all kind of symbolic stuff, allegories, like, he really wouldn't tell you the difference between what was an allegory and what was empirical. So this is the person you go into that's pioneering, in your words, pioneering Black psychology and giving us a culturally grounded approach, but he's giving it to us as science. That'd be like someone telling you, like, you know, you drop your kids off with your sister or something, and you're like, feed them before I come home, before you bring them home. And then you find out, like, yeah, I fed them. And he like, all right, what'd y'all eat? You know, we had some Annihilators, we had some Twizzlers, we had some, some Reese's cups. Did you eat anything substantial? Like, I told her to feed you. No. We just went to the corner store and had some candy. So he didn't give you actually anything. And my concern with this cultural grounding that you're using, when he says that they made it up as they went along, that's how stuff like the melanin theory and white genetic annihilation get in. So while I would agree with you, he pioneered it within that movement, it ain't scientifically grounded in any way. It has all kinds of pseudo racial essentialism, and it makes you feel good, but there's no substance to it. It's just a bunch of fucking bullshit.
And it's coming from a psychiatrist, right? Like, that's the craziest part, man. So I challenge any of y'all to go out there and meet with your psychiatrist and see if he mentions anything about Africa, man. You know what I'm saying? Tell him whatever issues you actually going through in life. Tell him about your bills. Tell him about your girl. You're depressed, right? And see if Africa comes up one time. So some kind of way these people found this unique method of therapy that is not something that is applied typically in practice, but they are trying to find some sort of a use for it while using some of their training, right, as a psychiatrist. That's like, I'm describing it, but it actually sounds that crazy, like, for real. Like, you really think about what he's actually doing when he's saying he's making it up. That means he's not grounding it in science. So whatever it is he's talking about when he's talking about Black psychology, that's not what you're getting when you go to the office of, you know what I'm saying, when you actually go get therapy. They're certainly not going to mention anything about Africa. They're absolutely gonna give you therapy based on scientific evidence, based on data. So even his quote of African psychology is not what we have today. It's African psychology, African American psychology. That would include epigenetics and consider your predisposition and possibly being more stressed out in your environment, so on and so forth, right? Like that is a real thing, but it's based on science, right? Based on science. So again, whatever he's talking about is certainly not what science is talking about when they say African American psychologists. But y'all got to hear from him again. I don't think that y'all.
Yeah, they want you to play the videos. Shouts to Said Breeze, one of our business partners. He's saying play the videos again because some of the people might have came late. So if you got them, lined up, play a couple of them again. Look at this comment though, real quick. Is that a bad idea for him to promote science to black folks, whether he's pseudo or not? And that's the problem.
He's not promoting science.
No. Read the comment. Is that a bad idea for him to promote science to black folks, whether he's pseudo or not?
Right. The whole question is like you starting off with a misunderstanding of what he actually is doing. No, what he's actually doing is going to school, getting his PhD, and then dropping all of his training to tell us about this Africa stuff. That's what he's actually doing, right? So when you saying he promoting science, he's actually doing the complete opposite, right? He said he made it up. What about science is like not evidence-based? You got to be able to test and verify this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about something philosophical here. We're talking about like we're talking about proven methods that they have been studying and streamlining over time. You know, that's not what he's promoting at all.
Shouts to my brother Chef, Carnivorous Podcast. I am officially gonna go to the background because the champ is here. We literally live on Carnivorous Podcast, Tri-Media channel. Be on the lookout we got some big shit coming this week. But that's neither here nor there. Chef's in the building. I'm gonna go to the back chat. Logic, play the videos. I'm gonna just play the comments or whatever. And Chef, you can take over, bro. You and Logic.
Let me. What's up, Chef? Man, I want to play one or two of these videos, man. And I'm gonna get you.
Go ahead, do your thing. I just popped up the, see if I can add.
Man, shout out to Say It out there, bro. We've been having a lot of fun in the Discord, man. I'm gonna drop this Discord link. Y'all really missing out if y'all ain't heard pop in and just get wild a couple of times just in the middle of the week for no reason. Shout out to Unc too, man. It's been a lot of fun, bro. Keeping it real. Okay. Hold on. Let me let y'all listen to this crap.
Courses in Black psychology have offered. We made it up.
He did what?
Probably one of the first courses in Black psychology have offered. We made it up. There was no such thing as Black psychology.
No such thing as Black psychology. So you can't say there's no foundation that he's building off of, right? And in some kind of way, he found himself talking about Egypt, right? That's what happened when you make it up. You take psychology to Egypt some goddamn way, man. Oh, man. So for me, that's like a real pivotal part. That's a pivotal point in this whole chronology, which is a word that comes up a lot around here. What's up, True Savior? Holla. I see you out there, homie. Let me put this other video up here, man.
Well, so let me say this. If he's speaking to something that didn't exist at the time, how much leverage do you give him to be? Do you think Black psychology is something that should have been taken up by Black psychologists?
Oh man, that's actually really cool. Really good question. So I think that it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea that they had. I would just say, unfortunately, I know that they didn't mean what we have today, right? Okay. I think we're using the same words, but their end goal would have to be completely different. Because there's no possible way that they can promote for them to want to discourage white institutions and not trust white science and white scholars and make all of these comments about dropping their traditional training and revisualizing the data with an African lens, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean, right? Whatever that means, that means that they are strayed away from the method that they were taught in school. That's what it means, bottom line. So,
okay, so let's look at it like this. Let me see. Let's look at it like this.
Mm-hmm.
So that is supposing that what they learned in school was adequate to diagnose Black people. For instance, think about it. Why, this is just a thought exercise, right? Not saying that I actually believe this, but this could be proposed to you, right? For your inquiry, right? Why, if American psychology was based off of white people trying to understand their mind, right, and their processes under a particular set of circumstances, right, then their whole paradigm was shaped around a different people, right? So how could that paradigm be adequate to judge Black psychology or Black psychologists' analysis or inquiry into the Black mind that wasn't even, how am I trying to say this?
Actually, I get what you're saying, right? And so that's why I'm saying it's actually a really good question because you're right? There was room in psychology to miss all of the stimuli, right? To miss all of the elements that could be impacting the behavior of African Americans. That's actually serious, right? That's a real thing. So let's take that and isolate that serious need in science for them to reform maybe the way they might look at what the African American is experiencing and how generations of trauma might be actually, expressing itself in our behavior and how to, kind of counter that with, whatever. Let's isolate that need from what actually happened here. So we could look at their ability to see that need. They co-opted it with something that wasn't science, right? How can you go through that scientific rigor and then, even though, identifying this need, like drop everything that allows you to kind of even get close enough to the problem, right, to drop all the stuff that got you there and attempt to fix it that way, right? I'm gonna like close my eyes and just whatever the little voices in my head tell me, that's how I'm gonna fix it. You feel me? Like that's actually, even if that's what you're talking about, that can't be your professional way of fixing it.
Well, so when Naeem Akbar says they made it up, and I see you're using that as a sticking point, right? Because we say that all the time. Right. But we say all the time, bro, you made that up, right?
What you think you mean?
Now, when a psychologist, right, is saying they made it up, meaning there was no framework for this before. Before we did it, there was no, so basically we made it, not like we say, yo, you made that up. You know what I mean? Or how Unc say, yo, you made that up, meaning you was pulling from nowhere. This is a doctor, right, saying that, meaning there was no framework for this psychology before we came up with it. Meaning white people, right, there was no framework for psychology of white America until white people made it up. Now, in our colloquial terms, if you could be right by framing it that way, but I'm taking his expertise into consideration, right?
Mm-hmm,
And saying, I don't think he's saying made it up in the same way that we use it. I'm thinking he's using his specialty to be able to make these things up.
Well,
could you give 50% of that to it? Because he's actually using the jargon. Okay,
no, watch this, right? So like Ivan Van Sertima, right, had the credentials, and he created a framework that showed the Africans, you know, making their way to the Americas before Columbus, right? See, but the problem with that is even though he was trained and he had a way to put that together, he ain't have no evidence to like back that up, right? Like even though he was well within his rights as a you know person, to make a claim like that, he didn't have the evidence to actually really do it, right? So we're talking about almost magnifying that irresponsibility, because now we're talking about the brain, bro. Right? We're talking about possibly planting that seed, you know what I'm saying, really somewhere where it don't belong, and it could be wrong. So it could be a little bit different than maybe trying to shake up the chronology of how Africans circumnavigated the globe to maybe linking your actual tomorrow's existence on particular behavior patterns that are organized by a psychiatrist. Like that's actually a whole
different thing. No, I agree. So who was there, and this is just a thought exercise.
I know.
Who was there to oversee white America when they was coming up with this shit about white people? Right? So if we need somebody, it's almost saying that they have a right to develop psychological terms for themselves, right? But you know what I mean? But then when we develop psychological terms for ourselves, is not accepted. Like what would make that? Because everybody, you're talking about the brain, right? And how you process. Everybody is making that up, right? Now you're
hold on. Everybody's making up their facts about the brain. You saying?
No. Far as why psychology, right?
Are you saying the field itself is not based on empirical evidence?
Is based on somebody looking at the shit and making that shit up.
But they okay, so they might actually put something like that out there, but they still go through a test of it, right? They might actually it might come up out of thin air, but they do organize. Okay, so let's put the test group together and actually see how well this works. You know what I'm saying? And we're not gonna just leave it as law just because you said it. That ain't science, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that psychology is not as it's not as defined of a thing as natural sciences. So if you're putting that in the realm of natural sciences where we can test things, weigh them, it doesn't work like that. If you're saying the reason why this person thinks like this is because this, that, and the third, and they could feel this way, that's not the same as empirical data, like in the hard sciences.
No, I understand that there's an element of soft sciences. And you know what I'm saying? I also understand that somewhere in here, like you know, it's still before you present it to anybody else, you presented it to me. You know what I'm saying? This didn't go through no scientific rigor, and you heard him admit himself it started out by him making it up. You know what I'm saying? What else? I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that he would have included some of his training even in his imagination, and I'm saying like his training.
That's horrible, yo. That is.
I mean, I don't know what else you could be saying, bro. You trying to say like he was so well trained that even accidentally he using the right like information, and I'm trying to say no, he made it up. He said himself, he made it. Maybe Chef ain't heard it, bro. Hold on a second.
I did it.
Nah, I don't think you heard it, bro. Because you try to tell me when he makes something up, he doing something that he ain't doing, bro. Hold up.
After
What did he say, Chef? We gotta listen to what Dr. Akbar said. I can't even find the video now. What's up, bro? I see you done came off mute.
Yeah, because I'm about to come up here and kill Chef. I know what Chef up here. Chef doing that thing he do.
Doing his thing, man. Chef,
he doing that thing he do. I really appreciate what he doing, but he doing that thing he do. So I just want to make sure, just be up here for some cultural affirmation up here, because it's a clear issue when he says he made it up. As a scientist, there has to be methodology if you're going to pass it off as science. If he was just doing culture, if he was just doing symbolic stuff, if he was just doing ideology, if he was just trying to make it African-centered and keep it there, cool. As soon as you start using biology, genetics, trying to pass it off as science because you got a doctor in front of your name, as soon as you start doing that, the crime is like Chef say, I mean, not Chef, like Corey said. I wish Corey was here. You say it. You didn't do this with them. You claim as white folks, so I'm going to say white folks. You didn't pass this bullshit off to them. You know why you didn't pass this bullshit off to them? Because you couldn't. It had no methodology. It had no falsifiability. It had no peer review. So you as a scientist were taught that this is improper. This is malpractice. This is not what you're supposed to do when you trying to create a new thing for psychology. Even if you don't have anything based on Black psychology, you do have the methodology they use in psychology. You know that, or at least in psychiatry. But what did he do, Chef? He knew he couldn't take it to them. That's why they never did none of this stuff for peer review. But you know what he decided to do? Rather than try to figure out how to make this some form of methodology, some kind of science, so that it would stand up to rigor, and it would be something we could use today in 2025. Even back then, he took it on the Chitlin circuit, passing this as masquerading as a scientist to unscientific people, spouting all of his personal ideology, his personal symbology, all of these white genetic annihilation, all the shit. He just did it all, the racial essentialism. And he passed it off to us and sold books for Black bookstores, passing it off as a scientist, people running around. So he walked so Umar and them could run. And that's why I think that these people are actually the most dangerous, because we still got good, sensible people, I hope, in the conscious community that know that that don't even know that some of these people ain't doctors. Some of these people, they were doctors that went to self-taught autodidacts to further their methods. So that's my issue with the whole made it up. Yes, you're creating groundbreaking work, but the methodology and the science doesn't change. You just addressing a new thing, but address it scientifically. So it's something that'll move psychology forward, move Black psychology forward. I'm giving him the credit of being smart. Everybody else is saying he's dumb, basically. He didn't know no better. Here we go again, Chef, with he didn't know no better. He only, he didn't know. He just did the best he could with what he had. No, we can't keep accepting that excuse. There has to be a standard. The highest educated among us have to stay to the standard so that we can move forward as a people.
Right. What did Martin Luther King say about this Black supremacy stuff, man? He said it was dangerous.
Yeah, Black supremacy is worse than white supremacy. It's worse. You can't fight racism. That's what Unc and them say. Oh, I don't care if they was racist. They was fighting pseudos. Use pseudo. They was fighting racism. Fighting with racism. That don't even make sense.
Right. Not at all, man.
But I forgot. Everybody, what was it? Everybody pre-70s gets a pass.
Everything pre-70s.
Everything pre-70s. Whatever Black people did, just give them a pass. That's hilarious.
Shake it up.
That's the funniest
Find
thing.
out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
Oh, love hearing them say that shit.
Tell me how that helps the black community.
Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
Some of it was just dumb shit, yo. Y'all heard him say it. Nah, man. I think this is right there, man. Like, they need this. They need to actually see like that some of this is unethical, some of it is irresponsible, and it's actually coming from somebody that you would have to say could have a lot of influence over what you think tomorrow after this conversation. Like they just potentially could, you know what I'm saying? So there's so many factors, man. You add all that shit together, you damn near be better off telling people to just stay clear of that shit, bro. Just stay away from it.
Can I go over something real quick?
Yeah.
So Sister Safa has this thing where she says he was not racist. We went over this the other day, remember. So for people in the chat, y'all look it up on your own time. Look up the term racial essentialism. Just look it up. Racial essentialism. I'm going to give you a bare bones idea on what it is. If you have a sweeping diagnosis of any race, so if you ever say the words all white people are, or all white people have some kind of inferiority, or all black people are savage, or all black people, when you do that, it doesn't feel like you're being racist, but that's essentially racial essentialism. Now, you can look up the definition and fight me on it. When you say that all white people have a fear of white genetic annihilation, that's racist. Now, a lot of times you don't, you confuse the racism because you're thinking of the different types of racism, whereas it's not like the redlining, or, we don't have the power to exact those kinds of things as a full race to do it right. But when you do that, that makes you racist. That's essentially that's like the racial essentialism is one of the core tenets of racism. It just seems to me that when y'all think that when we do it, when black people do it, that we're somehow, we don't know what white supremacy is, so it's some kind of white genetic annihilation inferiority complex. That's racist. And what makes it go ahead, Sean.
So when I look, I got 5. I finally got 5. You feel
5
me?
what?
ChatGPT 5.
Oh, you got the 5? Let's go.
Yeah, I got the 5.
Shout out to ChatGPT for dropping the 5 over the weekend.
I asked, was Dr. Naeem Akbar's work racist? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Not whether he was racist, because he white, he could have been. Who knows?
Yeah.
But we asked, was his work racist? Right? And it tells me you've asked whether Dr. Naeem Akbar's work is racist. The straightforward answer, no. His work is not racist. In fact, it's widely understood as a corrective to racism, particularly to the prevailing Eurocentric bias in psychology. Now, I don't know if we was getting his shit mixed up with Francis Cress Welsing, right? So if your argument for him is to put him clearly in the same boat as Francis Cress Welsing, then I think that's where the mistake would be made at. But it looks like even though they kind of did the same thing or had similar degrees or whatever, I don't think that they did the same thing. You dig what I'm saying? Because like I said, he dealt strictly with black people psychology, whereas Francis Cress Welsing, from when we read her, she's analyzing white people and saying this is why they fucked up, is because of their genetics and their what else she say? Their melanin and their fear of genetic annihilation, right? At the hands of people of color, right? He was diagnosing black people saying Eurocentrism or being under a Eurocentric frame, you know what I mean, does this to the African American psyche, right? The problems that you see in African Americans is the result of this pathology. You dig what I'm saying? I think that was, now, am I wrong? Is that kind of his framework?
When we looked him up before, and I think this is what Sister Safa was referencing. Frances Cress Welsing, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing was so blatantly racist that when we compare people to her, they say, and the exact words they used were, yes, he's racist, but not as reckless. Those were the exact words. So now when you look up were his works racist, right? So you go to quotes. So it says, was his work racist? Parts of it, yes. Was he a racist? By a definition based on belief in racial hierarchies? Yes. By a definition based on hate or exclusion? Probably not. So that's what I got from my ChatGPT. So now this is the point where they making this, and this is why we say yes, he's racist, but I guess there would be tiers to it. There'd be different types, but his work was racist in these parts. His overall body of work mixes legitimate cultural empowerment with racial essentialist claims. So he would definitely do legitimate cultural empowerment, but he would do it by endorsing melanin theory or attributing fixed psychological traits to racial ancestry, all racist ideas, because they treat human worth and capability as biologically tied to race. That means the work itself contains racism, even if other sections are non-racist or culturally affirming. Now, when you go into whether he is racist, if we define a racist as someone who believes and promotes race-based hierarchies, then yes. He endorsed theories that placed African-descended people above others in intrinsic rates, biologically and genetically. That's racist. So the problem or the challenge that we would have, and I think this is what Sister Sci-Fi, maybe her challenge would be, is that that's a narrow, even ChatGPT says, if we define racist more narrowly as someone motivated by hate, malice towards other races, no. He was racist in order to uplift Black people. So I just don't agree, because when you start making excuses, this is the danger. In 2025, we got our good common sense. We got a much better idea of what white supremacy actually is. We have a better idea of what Eurocentrism is in 2025. So we know that we don't need at any time somebody offering fake ass biological and genetic reasons for white supremacy. Because if you try to fight a white gene or you try to fight a melanin, you can't fight it. You just took white supremacy, something that we could address, the power, the technology, the inferior, that part, the schooling, the red line, the white supremacy, the financial parts of it. You took something that we could address and fight with legislation. We could have fight it through politics. We could fight it through economics. You just turned it into some spiritual, mystical thing. Now it's their melanin and their genetics, and they grew up in cold environments. You can't address that. So now you've basically, by trying to give us hope, you fucked around and gave us a sense of hopelessness. Like, it's similar to when people say white devil. When you call people white devils, you just put them close to God. To the majority of people, you feel like now it's like, damn, how do you beat that? So that's my plane. I'm landed.
Okay, so Logic, did you want to jump in, or
I wanted to just play something real quickly.
Okay,
I'm gonna get it out the way real quick.
The other thing you need to listen to is you. Pop in Leonard Jeffries in the tape. Pop in Asa Hilliard. Pop in Francis Wilson. Pop in Francis Rogers Rowe. Pop in one of my tapes. Here's something that sounds like you. We don't have to be 100% accurate. Just let us be looking in the right direction.
You heard him. You don't gotta be accurate. It could be.
He said 100% accurate.
Yeah, I get what he's saying right there. I get exactly what he's saying right there. Get somebody in there that sounds like you, not some white guy, not some Eurocentrist trying to break you a Black American person down. And I have no problem with him saying you don't have to be 100% accurate, because that shouldn't be the goal. But here's the claim. So when he was up there, Chef, was he up there as a scientist or was he up there as a motivational speaker?
He was up there, I guess.
To the crowd. What did the crowd see? What was his qualification to be up there?
A doctor.
So do you think that somewhere in that speech, if he starts talking about melanin theory and melanin superiority, how did they receive that? From a motivational speaker or from a Black doctor that sounded like him and looked like him?
It would be taken with more credibility, right, and more confidence because of his qualifications, definitely.
Yeah. So I don't knock him for not wanting to be 100% accurate. He says pop in the tape, but did you hear him say pop in the tape of Francis Cress Wilson?
I heard that. But not for accuracy, though.
No, but no, he said not for 100% accuracy.
Right.
So
but
when you
need
pop
to
in
hear
the tape,
he's trying to realign something. He's trying to get you looking in the right direction, meaning we just started coming up with this. So everything ain't gonna be dead on. You dig what I'm saying?
But you
gotta start looking in the right direction.
How did he arrive at that being the right direction?
Because he came up with theories like using, white psychology, the alien self theory, right? And he diagnosed Black people as having that disorder. So what is the alien self disorder? It's when a person identifies with the values and beliefs and priorities of another people, right? Now, he said Black people have that alien self disorder. And then he said he used that, which is a so-called credible theory, right? And he diagnosed Black people with that. So he tweaked that definition to suit Black people. He said, when a person identifies with the values, beliefs, and priorities of another people, and then he named that other people, which was the so-called oppressor, instead of their own cultural heritage, right? So he's saying, which I'm going to take what they taught me, and then I'm going to diagnose this particular people and see if it fit. And to him, it fitted. And an example, he say, a Black person believing European beauty standards are the only measure of attractiveness, rejecting African features, right? So we know that was a problem for us and still is, right? I think we better off now than we was in the 70s and the 80s, right? When he was coming up with this, but we can still see vestiges of that, right? It's still prominent. It's not as prominent. We're doing better. Do y'all agree? But it still exists. And you know it existed heavier, decades ago. So was he on point, or was he did he fuck up? Did his education mislead him in diagnosing something that we can readily see? That's the question.
He was on point.
And then
Same as all the other bullshit
the
he
question
did.
right there, either, Chef.
You said
I'm trying to figure out how he arrived at okay, so you telling me, I actually acknowledged earlier that there was, some tweaking in how they diagnosed the stuff, right? Like how they looked at the stressors around the African American. I actually acknowledge that. So, but how did he arrive at the answer to that was going to be Egypt? That's what I'm saying.
That's a whole nother part of his shit.
He said, no. He said as long
y'all
as you
get
looking
away
in
from
the right
alien
direction, bro.
Don't get away from alien self. I want to stay there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Psychologist. Go ahead.
I'm saying, how did he get to? He said that's the right direction, bro. So how did he get that? That's the direction that we need to use, to solve the alien self.
We can get to that. We can get to
that's
the
what I'm
part.
at.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead.
You got to show. I want to see the science on how he
focus.
got there. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead, Brad. What you got?
Okay. So once again, I feel like this is Groundhog's Day because I'm gonna just keep saying the same shit. My argument is the same thing. So that alien self disorder that you just passed off, right? Is bullshit.
Sounded good in the motherfucker, huh?
It sounded amazing. And Chef, you know what's fucked up? You would be dangerous with a PhD. Because for a half a second, I was like, wait a minute. So he had some shit that was empirically tested. It was scientific and all of that. So I said, okay, let me look this shit up. So what
alien self-disorder?
Alien self-disorder. Introduced in Breaking the Chains of Psychological Slavery. He described alien self-disorder as a mental state in which African Americans adopt values, beliefs, and behaviors from Eurocentric culture. Symptoms include materialism, individualism, and hostility towards African
That's
culture.
not real?
No, listen. But let me tell you, okay, whether it's on point, whether it's real or not, it's coming from a PhD. So when he passed off this theory to us, I just want to walk with me for 2 minutes. It is not recognized by any psychological body. No peer-reviewed studies validating its existence. No clinical diagnostic criteria. Fully racialized.
So you need white people to accept that for you not to see the validity of what that brother put down?
I didn't say white people. You did.
Oh.
I'm saying a scientist diagnosing black people with a theory. If it's valid, then why won't it stand up to any rigor, Chef? Why can't you put it like this? Hold on. Why couldn't he have at least put it up? No, because you don't let me skip my point. Let me stay my point. Okay. You good at that. Right. So if you making a political statement, Chef, or you making a cultural statement, Chef, I have no fucking problem with it, bro. I don't know why I gotta keep saying that. But a doctor passing off diagnoses on a full race of people with no testing whatsoever and passing that shit off as science, that ain't cool.
Psychologist. He's a black psychologist.
Right. So you think he don't know what to do?
About white people? No. He's diagnosing his patients. People.
He was talking about all black people. All of them.
Black Americans.
All black people ain't his patients, Chef.
No. So, oh my God.
Yeah. Wait. Don't wait.
All right, go ahead.
Wait. So here's the last thing. It's not the last thing. Just give me 2 minutes. It's a cultural political concept, not a medical diagnosis as he passed it off. In a scientific context, it's pseudoscience. So he passed. So I asked, because ChatGPT 5 is a lot more cool than ChatGPT 4. Hope y'all niggas got it. So he passed bullshit off as science, and did any Afrocentrics disagree? He used terms like disorder, psychological, anti-self that mimics psychological categories. He delivered these ideas at professional psychological conferences in academic dress using charts and neuroanatomy references. Then he cited melanin theory and brain structures as if they were scientific explanations. The Afrocentrics who disagreed, Joseph White, the godfather of Black psychology, focusing on cultural competence, he said he should have avoided melanin theory. Beverly Green criticizes racism. Robert Williams, academics outside of Afrocentrism, William Cross, Janetta Cole. Why most Afrocentrics didn't call it out? The movement was politically defensive. Now, here's the last part. I wanted to see if I get some credit from you. Some credit for what you were saying. I said he is an actual doctor, correct? And his alien self accepted today in 2025. It says he holds a PhD in clinical psychology from the University of the State up north. I'll never say that state. He was also a tenured psychology professor at Florida State and served as president of the Association of Black Psychologists. So his credentials are real. Is alien self-disorder accepted today in 2025? The thing you saying that's on point, the thing that you saying has merit, the thing that you saying has value? No. Not in any clinical, academic, or institutional sense. It's not in the DSM-5. It's not in the ICD-11. It has no studies, no diagnostic criteria, no clinical use in modern psychology. It's regarded as a metaphor, not a real disorder. You still hear it where, Logic? Afrocentric community spaces, lectures, self-help books, but not in any manuals or peer-reviewed journals that could help Black people. It's the same thing. You can't give it a pass because you like the nigga. He did the same thing. He had a doctorate, passed off some shit that sounded amazing, might have been true, followed no rigor, followed no studies. And even in 2025, even though it sounded amazing and it sounded true, the shit still ain't true. So once again, you got a Black PhD using pseudoscience to diagnose a whole fucking race, and the shit is false. And you know who made money? He made money on them lectures from Black people, unscientific. And he got you as an intelligent human being saying this shit was on point. Whether it was
Definitely
on point
on
or
point.
not, it was pseudo.
It's not pseudo.
It is pseudo. What are you talking about?
No, that's not pseudo. Now,
Oh,
Chef,
God.
Chef,
Now-
you keep
now-
trying.
now-
You keep hold up, Chef, because you keep trying to like insert that he was using scientific rigor, and we got him right here saying
First courses
he made
in
what?
Black psychology ever offered. We made it up. You know, there was no such thing.
You keep saying he uses science, and he said
In Black psychology ever offered. We made it up. You know,
I mean, I don't know what you still arguing about.
These motherfuckers, they got Chef. I can't believe it. They got Chef.
I don't know why you still arguing. He said it.
Hold on. No, I don't agree with y'all.
Alien self-disorder is pseudo. You can't say it ain't pseudo. It didn't stand up, and it's still not valid. Today, somebody could have picked that shit up, studied it, put it through testing, did everything he didn't do, and then if it was here, Chef, I would give you the credit. I would say, bro, he just threw some shit against the wall and it stuck. Remember how I am about these legacies. I shouldn't be able to critique the legacy and still find that it never became science. If he made a mistake with alien self-disorder and then now scientists use it to diagnose us, I would say, okay. But if it's still pseudoscience, bro, and it never reached it, that means no one of any clinical, mind you, he's diagnosing. He's speaking at conferences. He's diagnosing a full race with some shit that ain't real. It sounds good. It makes you feel good, but that's for like motherfuckers that don't have a PhD. Do some real work. Help some real people. It's people today that still believe that alien self-disorder is some real shit. It ain't real.
You crazy if you saying that's not real.
Oh my God.
That is crazy. Listen, that is so at some point, right? If somebody says something that's true, right? How I'm trying to figure out, like, you don't hear truth. So you hear the truth, and then you go chat GPT, and if chat GPT says something else, then
no, I'm not reading. This ain't ChatGPT.
Hold on, whatever. If a motherfucker say that Black people have see more worth in the majority culture than they see in themselves, right? However you want to word that. If he uses his vernacular of psychology and says the same thing, if your grandmother told you that, you would say, yeah, grandma,
Yep.
I see that. That's the truth, right?
No.
But since he got a doctor on his name and he said, and then white academia don't recognize it, then it's not the truth.
We're not in white academia. We're not in white academia in 2025. And I think the word you want to use rather than true is it useful? Yes.
No.
And even if it's true, even okay. So then let me say this.
I'm not gonna let you.
No. Let me say this. If it's true, I'll use your word. It's true. Then if it's true, and he passed it off as a cultural idea, if he passed it off as a political idea,
no, that's psychological.
I'd have no issue with it. He's passing it off with science and sliding in melanin theory and sliding in white genetic annihilation and sliding in all the other pseudo bullshit. So even it's all bullshit. Like, Corey, if you tell me alien self-disorder for 3 minutes and then use the rest of your time as a scientist passing it off as science, then why couldn't he just pass it off as culture? Why the fuck would he go to a fucking black psychology conference and pass that shit off? They didn't accept it, even if it was true. Because you know why they didn't accept it, Chef? Because those was scientists listening to a scientist talking to scientists about bullshit and cultural true shit. Bro, he was passing it as a diagnosis of all black people. You can't do it. Bro, you take an oath. You can't just pass off science. You can't pass off your cultural ideas and opinions and thoughts as a fucking science. You can't do that. Like, what am I? I'm not saying any. You just keep telling me how it's right and it made us feel good and he was correct. Well, if he was fucking correct, in your sense of the word, he was true, then why, even as a soft science, is it still in 2025 and it ain't white academia? We're in 2025. I'm sure that there's been some qualified black psychologists, qualified psychologists that might have said, you know what, that alien self-disorder was cool. Let me take a look at it. Then why is it still not in anything that could help us clinically? Why? Why is it still not in the DSM? Why is it still not in ABPSI? It's still only in fucking lectures, black bookshops, and YouTube. It give us something that we can use. You the brightest of the bright. You got a PhD in clinical psychology. Fucking add something to the table. Not all this bullshit. And then definitely don't get caught saying, I made it. We made it up. Because along with the shit that he made up, like he made this shit up, and this shit might be useful and true. If in that same speech he says white genetic annihilation and all that other bullshit, then it ain't help. It's counterproductive, Chef. Let your grandmother tell you and hold her to no standard because she ain't a doctor. Let your grandfather tell you that shit. You don't need nobody, a person in your family, not a clinical doctor. I don't want a fucking doctor I don't want to go to a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a dentist. I don't want him going with some shit that's true. Go what's in them damn books so that if you fuck it up, I could sue you. Or if you go fuck it up, somebody that's in them books can teach me some real shit. I don't. Do y'all want this shit? Like, are we ever supposed to raise the standard, take the black out? Are we ever supposed to raise the standard, the most educated among us, the most accomplished among us? At what point are we supposed to say, yeah, y'all take us where we wasn't before? You expect the same shit from Naeem Akbar, Dr. Naeem Akbar, that got his degree. You expect the same shit from Dr. Naeem Akbar as the same shit that Polite and them was saying. Polite will make you say some shit that'll make you fucking, oh, it makes sense. It sounds good. It's true. I don't want that shit from the doctors in our community. I don't want to hear fucking we made that up from the doctors in our community, the ones who's supposed to create the program. Man, get the fuck out of here. This community is fucking sick. They need a clinical diagnosis of some real shit. Some shit we could use. I apologize, Roger.
Nah, man. I mean, it's definitely some sick shit at a different level, right? Because I'm gonna use that as a segue to where I believe the conversation inevitably ends, right? So let me just let him say it, and then we're gonna talk about it.
Define reality, and in doing that, require other people to accept your reality as their reality. Wow. If I'm divine, I have to see everybody as divine. And when you stop being divine, then we got to say, how do we isolate you from the human community? That's where we get heavy now. That's where we get the difficult choices to make. Community. That's where we get heavy now. That's where we get the difficult choices to make. Human is divine. And when you stop being divine, then we got to say, how do we isolate you from the human community? That's where we get heavy now. That's where we get the difficult choices to make.
What kind of different choices are you talking about? What is he actually implying when he's saying these kind of things? I think you actually get on a railroad that only ends in this particular direction. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what the whole problem with the genetic argument is that, how do you now justify like being peaceful with somebody that is genetically not peaceful? Like it'd be like a failed attempt before you even start. Like, you know what I'm saying? You realize that they're not even wired to be peaceful. So why are you even over there trying to do that? So that's where it begins to be problematic. And then on top of that, when it starts with he made it up and ends with some potentially tough decisions he might have to make, right? I'm glad that his iron fist ruling ass ain't on top making no goddamn decisions about what he may or may not have to do. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because you know, but they too close to it, right? They too close to genetic annihilation. I kind of feel like if this was David Duke, right? If one of these people in here was David Duke and we was just critiquing David Duke's friends, right? We wouldn't be so loose about how we critique them. We'd be like, you know what, this nigga support David Duke. And I'm about to I'm about to be real cautious about any of the other stuff that he actually likes, because it could be laced with racism, right? We could be looking at something that's steeped in racism, but because it doesn't like resonate with us in that particular way, we miss it. You know what I'm saying? So, or it could be the opposite. Because the message does resonate with us, we could carry that baggage of racism with us. And, it says, I'm erroneous. You are at war with the elders. It's crazy. Man, look, NA Flash TV. I would love to have a conversation with you, man, but you won't hit the button.
Y'all say we hide behind the Discord chats, and y'all complain that y'all not able to drop links and come in. The link is right there. No, I don't want to do that. The link is there. Come up and talk, whether you will or you won't. I don't even know if you have the technological ability to, but I appreciate the fact that you're watching the show. But this is what I'm gonna say. There's a sickness when you're a grown man, grown ass man. Your elders are your father, your mother, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your aunts and your uncles. If I was talking about your father, you'd have a point. If I was talking about your aunt, your uncle, some shit like that, and you have some kind of personal affinity for that, cool. But if y'all read some books that made you feel good and saw some YouTube videos that made you feel good, and you decided to go so far as to call Naeem Akbar your fucking elder, I'd love to have that conversation with you, but that's where I would start. What makes him your elder? What makes any of these people your elder? Because they old? Because you read a book that made you feel good? Y'all need to be careful with this, your master teacher and your Saba and your Baba and your elder. Be careful. what happens when your son? So if we just gonna go off the rhetoric of them making, you know, he put a book out, it made us feel good. He's a scientist that wasn't practicing science, but he was passing off his pseudo ideology, his cultural ideology, and his political ideology off as science, and it made you feel good. So now you want to call him your elder. It's probably because somebody on YouTube, some thought leader in this fucked up community, made you do it. Here's the crazy part. Then what happens? Those same people that told you that Dr. Naeem Akbar was your elder, told you Bobby Hemmett was your elder. At one point, Dr. York was an elder. At one point, Polite, I guess, would be a fucking elder. Like, at what point, like, y'all throw this elder shit around like it's crazy. Dr. York is all these niggas elder. Y'all defend him too?
Mm-hmm. He's saying the same
He's
stuff.
Saying all the same shit. He just took it way further, started record labels and all this other shit. So is that your elder too, bro? Honestly, y'all just a bunch of do what you told. What happened to your father? Wouldn't your father be pissed off if he caught you calling Naeem Akbar your elder? Or Bobby Hemmett? Bobby Hemmett is in the same vein as all these other people. And you know what? Bobby Hemmett is wasn't he the one saying your chakra is in your ass and all kind of wild shit? Like that's your elder too? I gotta respect him. Y'all have lost your fucking mind.
Hey, look, we already 30 minutes into an argument about it's cool for him to make it up. We already there, bro.
Yeah, these are people, y'all intelligence. It don't make you feel like they took advantage of you when you called them your elder, your thought leader, your master teacher, and this motherfucker gets into an interview and says, I mean, to be quite honest, when we were creating Black Psychology, we just made that shit up. And then to find out alien self-disorder ain't scientific, it's got all the scientific jargon, spoke at conferences, and it ain't nothing scientific about it. Y'all,
yeah.
And this is, and me and Said, we go back and forth in the Discord because they tell us that this shit ain't dangerous. Bro, listen, I don't know NA Flash, bro. I don't know what the find that Shame on You what's the name?
Yeah, I got it.
NA Flash, shouts to you. I appreciate that you watching. The links in the chat. I don't know ATL. I don't know y'all. But you know what I do know about y'all, bro? I would hope that y'all are people that represent our culture, out there getting it, out there building society, raising Black families, raising young Black children, right? I just can't imagine how y'all don't get upset when these motherfuckers that y'all call y'all elders say we made it up. That's the part where it's like, that's where I know that it's an identity thing. I think that's where I'm going to come into the conversation. Y'all have turned yourselves into these people, bro. Look at y'all. Let's go down the line real quick, Logic. Real quick. Mm-hmm. What would you call the leaders of this online YouTube conscious community right now? Just start naming the leaders of it. Go.
Of this one in particular, Sinetta.
Yeah. Okay, Sinetta. Uneducated, self-taught, Don King of the conscious community, just promotes all of these people. Student, I think, of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. When I say uneducated, I don't know his education, so that would be wrong for me to say. But I'm not a doctor, right? Right. I wouldn't say that. I don't even think he passes off his theory. More of a promoter, more of like he puts out the videos. And then also shouts to him because at least what he was doing on 125, that was at least he was out in the streets passing off activism. It did have some entertainment purposes only, obviously, but he was obvious with it. But this, that, and the other. But here's the problem. Keep going. Here's the challenge. Keep going.
I mean, as far as leader goes, I think
in this online YouTube community, go. So we're gonna juxtapose all them niggas from the 60s, 70s, and 80s and go to 2000 right now. Look at what you got for an online YouTube community right now. Go.
You definitely gotta say Umar Johnson. You definitely got. If you're talking about this specific one, you still gotta say Dr. York. A lot of people still saying
they branches of the poisonous fruit of the poisonous tree. Keep going.
Yeah, polite. You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't got to name all the trash. Just name people off the top of your head. Go.
Jabari would definitely be one.
The one. Now here's the crazy part. This is the guy who went and got his doctorate, but he's a student of John Henry Clark, right? Mm-hmm. Standing on the shoulders, right? Guy has his doctorate, has his is pursuing further education, advanced degrees. And you know what's funny about Jabari? Shouts to him. I heard he got married. Congratulations to him. But he's the motherfucker that everybody they want to see him. But I've heard the other leaders laugh at the motherfucker because he tries to actually go get his education. Mm-hmm. Motherfucker, I've heard people I respect say, I don't give a fuck if he gets a degree. These are thought leaders in this community. Mm-hmm. I don't give a damn if he gets a degree. I ain't listening to shit he say. The one who I don't know, and I don't know if he's published in any journals or anything. Maybe we look at Jabari next week. See if he's published in any journals or anything, or put him under the microscope. Go ahead.
I mean, but that's like, that's what, they didn't pave the way for you to make it up. You know what I'm saying? When you go
right, but go ahead. No. Stop.
You go to school,
ahead.
It's like, it's like you wearing you got some dirty white J's on, you know what I'm saying? Your shoes is dirty when you get to school. We gotta talk about that.
Yeah, one community that created this community. This is the offshoot. If anything, the online YouTube community shows me that this shit going backwards. It's going backwards. These aren't even people that are like peer reviewed. They're like no one is trying to what are they doing? And y'all children, y'all want to hear the next generation, the people after Jabari, after I'm struggling to name the leaders of these YouTube channels, the people after this. It's only getting worse. The most popular, in order to actually blow up in this shit, you got to lose your fucking mind. You got to go Young Pharaoh. You got to go Nate. Like, in order to really go absolutely ape shit, you got to go. Like, to me, the ones that blow up is you got to go nuts. So at some point, I would say address it. Now, listen, this is my opinion. This is not my clinical diagnosis. I'm on YouTube on my channel with my brothers sharing information. So I don't want you to think that I'm somehow some kind of thought leader or anything like that. I'm giving you my opinion and trying to shine a light on something that I see as a problem. Mm-hmm. We was just having a conversation yesterday about Dr. York. I just learned about Dr. York basically in the last 2 weeks. Bro, when you look at the branches that this man still has in 2025,
serious,
that are in this conscious community, it would be more difficult to find people that aren't connected to Dr. York than to find people that are. He's still from prison damn near. It's as wild as hell. This is wild. But the link is in the chat. We ain't in the Discord. We are live. So you can come up here and tell me to shut the fuck up. You can do whatever you want to do.
Brash, you can't tell me that you're not impressed at how, at how low it would have to be now for you to be more disappointed, right? You can't tell me that that's not an impressive well of darkness right there, bro. I know it is.
Look at the chat, bro. People like Michael Eric Dyson address black dignity without all that pseudo shit. Shouts to you. But look at the names: Johanna, Tazariak, Taj Tariq Bey, everyone in the Hoppy film documentary. The pink elephant, I'm assuming she's talking about that. Mika, 19 Keys, Jabari, Phil Valentine. Like, look at this shit, bro. Mm-hmm. Look at this. This is like if y'all actually give a damn about the community, Why not expect more?
Right. Why not demand more?
Clown the dude that's going to get his PhD. Y'all tease him the most.
Yeah.
Man.
To help to facilitate that wherever I see it.
And if you had to tell someone to go somewhere to get this information or this knowledge, how to begin to love themselves and how to begin to think and get to where even you are and above, what would that source be? What could they tap into?
Other than my books?
Shame on you. What would that source be? What could they tap into?
Other than my books?
Shame on you.
That's one.
But that's their wealth of knowledge is a wealth of knowledge.
I can't, man. It's just disgusting, bro.
That lady said, shame on you.
It's the
shame on you, bro. And you know what's funny? What y'all call that, Chef? The Freudian slip? Where you say some shit you think it's a mistake?
That wasn't a Freudian slip up right there.
No, what it is, ain't that a Freudian slip where you say some shit you think it's a mistake, but it's what you actually mean? You actually saying what's on your mind for real? Even her, she's like, yes, I gotta pay for the rest of your bullshit, huh? This is what you're gonna give me free, but behind the paywall, this is all the bullshit.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm not doing it. Chef, what you eating on?
I'm hungry as hell, and I can't get none of the naysayers to hit the link, man. I
don't even want them. I don't even want them to hit the link.
I'm eating shrimp and crab fried rice.
I know Reggie was somewhere
I'm
around.
eating collard greens and I mean, I'm not even ashamed to say it, smoked hocks. And I'm enjoying the hell out of it.
You eat like you from motherfucking
Ohio, nigga.
No, where that nigga from? Where was Booker T. Washington from? Tuskegee. Nigga, he from Tuskegee.
This nigga said
everything he got came right out
Booker T. Washington. I was already gone. I didn't even need to know where. That nigga said you eat like Booker T. Washington. No, because you can't eat this shit during the week because it take too long to, to cook. I ain't got 2 hours and shit to.
No, we be talking to Brass all day. Like, Brass, what you doing? Making some oxtails. Like, what the fuck?
I gotta wait till
be making Thanksgiving dinner in the middle of the week.
Nigga, I got a 16-year-old football player in my house. He can't eat. He ain't sending him out there on pizza and all that bullshit. Get some real food. Because there'll be a point, hey chef, you know what this feels like. It's gonna be a point where your house gonna be dead quiet. Niggas gonna be ordering pizzas and eating Chinese food. You ain't got nobody to cook for.
No.
Ain't got nobody to cook for.
My daughter DoorDash. She don't say nothing to me.
I'm gonna text you my DoorDash bill. Lord Jesus.
Nigga, nuts. Already nuts.
Yo, if I show you my DoorDash bill, bro, you would be mad as you take my phone if I showed you how much I spent between my kids, parents, wife, daughter, and me and son on DoorDash last month. You take my phone.
It's nuts. I already know.
But the funny thing is, y'all say we hide behind the Discord in these conversations, bro. It's 42 people in here.
Good show logic.
Oh yeah, amazing show. You gotta flush this out more though. You gotta keep it going.
Because I'm about to kill y'all.
I think I laid the groundwork.
I heard all that shit you were saying. I just went to go get my food. I was listening.
You're supposed to. So let me ask you a question while we still got you. So you
I believe Naeem Akbar.
Okay. So we know that.
You can always catch listen, every conversation is, if we keep having these conversations, all of our so-called pseudo will be exposed, right? Nobody is free from it, right? We just ain't get to the conversation that's going to expose Logic shit yet. We just ain't get to the one that's going to expose your shit yet. Oh, but it's coming. It's coming.
It's because you highlighted something. What's up, Haskell? You highlighted something that is I think you highlighted something that was important with me. I already know I'm gonna get critiqued crazy because Haskell's even told me. I take such a brick wall stance to shit sometimes that the minutia and the nuance and the context, sometimes I will just throw it out. I just throw it out because sometimes I think the taking in all the minutia and the context and the nuance is how we got to polite.
Right. Like you eating trash with the vegetables, nigga. I mean, just because there's vegetables in there, nigga, you still eating out the trash can, nigga. So it's tainted.
That's how we got to. And then what happens is you eat enough of that vegetables with enough of that trash. Then what happens, here's the scary part. And I think that'll probably be where I go. Now, imagine Naeem Akbar and them with technology. Because now you got the internet. And then you got the internet for a few years, niggas going absolutely ape shit. And then you get social media. And that's how you get a Umar Johnson, a Tariq Nasheed, a Booker T. Coleman, a Brother Polite, a Young Pharaoh. Brothers that now took all of that bullshit throughout all. That's why when everybody keep telling me what the vegetables are, though the people that weaponized it in 2025 throughout all the vegetables, and you just got the trash. Listen, for the first time today I heard a full 15 minutes of polite talking. That motherfucker is psychotic. Only to me, because I know what he's done now in hindsight, but the charisma, the fucking the shit that sound good, the truth, you gotta do this and this. Chief X told me to watch a debate he did where they was talking about protein or some shit. I'd never do it. But the crazy part is you could tell that Polite, even in the vernacular, he stole a lot of that shit from Dr. Sebi. You could hear Dr. Sebi in him. You can hear, I didn't hear Dr. York, but I know this nigga sound like Dr. York. He has to. But Dr. York didn't have Twitter and social media and Cash App and Zelle to be able to take motherfuckers' money in real time on steroids.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
We hear you now. You give a nigga
Polite says that York is a spiritual father. So
here we go with the elder father, Baba master teacher bullshit.
And he's a Nuwapian. I don't know if you knew that or not.
No, I'm learning.
He's a Nuwapian, but I wanted to add something because I think y'all getting ready to shut it down. But
we cooking.
Yeah.
Logic just getting started.
Yeah, we cooking.
Hold on, let me move you up, Pastor.
And I'm about to take brass legs from him.
Let me move you up, Pastor. Dude, can you get this bald head dude off the screen? This nigga looks crazy.
Damn, man, I was trying to read something, but I realized anytime I click off the StreamYard screen, y'all can't hear me.
Let me get my last video out the way then.
Okay.
Because I put this up there because this is where I feel like the story begins right here.
Finished U of M, finished my doctorate, and Phil completed his his dissertation work. He went on to the faculty at Stanford, and it was at Stanford that he became a colleague of Cedric Clark. Cedric Clark was teaching in the social psych program at Stanford University, and one of their graduate students, who was a kind of a returning graduate student, was Wade Nobles. Okay. And so Cedric, Phil, and Wade Nobles, began to sort of like have this kind of dialogue in seminars that they were having, which was kind of carrying on the conversations that Phil and I had started having at the University of Michigan about this whole concept of beginning to look for Black excellence. after I finished.
So there it is, right? That was how the conversation started. You got the players, the names, and you got him admitting that they made that shit up. I just wanted to be able to at least have that solid.
Play that one more time.
You said play it one more time?
Yeah, play it one more time. I didn't get that. Play it one more time.
You there. After I finished U of M, finished my doctorate, and Phil completed his his dissertation work, he went on to the faculty at Stanford. And it was at Stanford that he became a colleague of Cedric Clark. Cedric Clark was teaching in the social psych program at Stanford University.
Social psych.
And one of their graduate students, who was a kind of a returning graduate student, was Wade Nobles.
Okay.
And so Cedric, Phil, and Wade Nobles, began to sort of like have this kind of dialogue in seminars that they were having, which was kind of carrying on the conversations that Phil and I had started having at the University of Michigan about this whole concept of beginning to look for Black excellence. After I finished.
So you basically at the end of it, you hear them say that's.
It started having the University of Michigan about this whole concept of beginning to look for Black excellence.
Right. So forget the Black excellence part. They're saying that
Phil and I had started having the University of Michigan.
These conversations, this is where they
dialogue in seminars that they were having, which was kind of carrying on the conversations that Phil and I had started having at the University of Michigan.
See, so it's about the conversations that him and Phil were having in Michigan, and they that's where they picked up off of what he made up. That's just the gist of what I wanted to play. But go ahead.
Sadiq has a question. Sadiq got a question for you.
All right. What is it? Okay. How is the true origin? How is this the true origin of Black Egypt though? So okay. I'm glad you asked that. So this is actually the true origin because this is where your reclamation of Egypt rhetoric comes from. Right. Before this, you get this historical narrative of just reclaiming African Americans to Africa, right? Like because we were experiencing this whole 1/3 of a man, all that other kind of stuff. But this whole we got to reconnect ourselves to this whole African culture, African spirituality, specifically Egypt, comes from them. That's exactly what they're talking about when they're making up. So once you're going through these works of Wade Nobles, you're going to see a lot of Ma'at, right? You're definitely going to see a lot of what he's describing as African culture. Even though it's problematic because he's not using anthropology to come up with his conclusions, but whole time this is what's responsible for the rhetoric of we need to go back and get Egypt. This is it. This is actually where that comes from, Sadiq. So that's why I'm mapping out the people who produced that movement that we got to go back to Africa. That's why this is Black Egypt.
How do you know he didn't use anthropology logic?
If he did, he wasn't qualified.
Because he's a psychologist.
That doesn't mean that he did it.
Well,
when you're formulating.
Okay,
I'm sure.
So I'm gonna give you another way that you know he didn't do it because you don't see anthropologists coming to the same conclusion that the psychologist came to. You get that? Anthropologists are people who actually dig up the artifacts and they actually study the culture, and they are actually, they're a lot closer to watching how that culture changes over time.
And then also, Haskell, if he was using anthropology, he would have collected data.
Hold on, Brett. Well,
okay.
Like I just said, it doesn't have to be him himself because one person can't do everything, right? Was Diop an anthropologist?
Yes.
By profession?
Yes.
Did they incorporate Geopian thinking or theorems into what they did? I don't know much about Naim Akbar.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
a lot of
reach.
the stuff that was already thrown out of it.
Hold on. I'm gonna reach and say that he did. So that would invalidate your assertion that they didn't incorporate anthropology.
How you gonna invalidate his assertion with a reach? Haskell, come on, bro. Like, I know you want to. We can keep the conversation going, but you just said I'm gonna make a reach that's gonna invalidate your entire assertion.
You know what's funny?
Like, it's a
But
reach.
Chef, I don't even think it's a reach though. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that they
That's
put
the
some
same
geo.
fucking thing. It has
Nope.
the same meaning, bro.
I put 100 on it. They put some diop up in there. Who want to bet?
Probably.
Right.
So now let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So while Diop was an anthropologist, even as a trained anthropologist, his ass was incorrect.
I'm gonna show you how they use Diop.
No. Stay right there. Because even though he used anthropological tools, we know that he then used his interpretation.
Hey, can I get a concession though? We could get to the wrong or right part, but can we get a concession that the idea that he didn't incorporate anthropology was?
It's possible.
No, he didn't.
Hold on.
That's a
no. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
Can logic admit that when he said that it was without any research? He assumed.
No.
Okay.
He didn't use anthropology. He quoted Diop's at times, but he certainly is not going through the data that Diop left to none of his conclusions. He if anything, he might be reading Diop's book. And
so you say he quoted Diop
as like moral foundation. And I'm gonna show you. Watch. I'm gonna show you. I'm actually gonna pull up him using Diop, and you tell me if that's science or not. So go ahead, keep talking. While I get it.
Oh, you ain't got it yet?
You didn't. No,
here you go.
You didn't
Here
hear
you go,
him,
right
Haskell.
here.
This is also Wade Noble's. The man said earlier in the video, he made it
Man,
up.
I hate that y'all got this whack ass. I can't believe y'all are being intelligent men like y'all are being so literal with that we made it up thing. You know, when the people who the APA hold as the pioneers of psychology, which is Freud and probably some other crackers that I don't know, they made it up. Do y'all realize that? Like when it comes to the APA and the diagnostic the DSM, y'all do realize that the criteria that they use to define disorders and what gets entered as a disorder, y'all realize that's all done via vote, right?
Hold up, Haskell. Hold up. Now let me play this.
Now hold on. I want Brass to answer that real quick.
Hold up a second.
I want Brass to answer that real quick.
That how does historical consciousness result in this feeling of cohesion? He argues that historical consciousness constitutes the safest and the most solid shield of cultural security for people. Now that sounds good. I like that. I can use that. Historical consciousness constitutes the safest and most solid shield. Put out in front of me.
You hear
because we begin to see through the perceptual distortions of white supremacy.
You have an issue with that? What he said?
I mean, that's him using Diop. He say Diop said.
Distortions.
Well, that's noble.
Diop says that it is.
I mean, you want to see how he used them.
So wait a minute. So you think that whatever other fields that they incorporate into their theorems, that it's limited to that?
Bro, I just showed you how he used Diop, right? He used one of Diop's conclusions about culture, right? I can respect whatever conclusions Diop come to about culture, about it being some sort of a shield, right? But not necessarily like using Diop's method on how he got there. Just simply taking the statement of we could use culture as a shield, it isn't enough, right? Like you certainly can't be getting the full breadth of what he's saying just by just taking it word for word like that. That's laced with symbolism, and we need actual evidence if we're gonna be talking about making what he's saying something practical and useful. Right. So
Yeah,
as a psychiatrist and him actually trying to use this as some form of therapy, he absolutely didn't do the prep work or actually trying to figure out how to make that shit useful. He made it up.
yeah, I don't think you did enough research on these gentlemen or their work to make that assertion. I think you've done very cursory, watched a couple of YouTube videos. You don't know what they incorporated and to what length or breadth that they went or how granular they got with their incorporation of these theorems. I think you're winging it a lot. But besides that, I wanted to get back to brass, right? Because
all you asked him was just shoot a nigga whole show.
No, I'm being honest. I don't think.
I'm not saying you're lying. It's just sometimes I just gotta appreciate you as the person. I know why niggas be trying to cuss you out because they don't appreciate what you're saying. They think of the person who's saying it, not what you're saying. It's just wild. So that means it's like that. You got to go back. I would say logic. It's a challenge. Go back and go to work. Start dissecting them one by one.
I don't think, and this is not a shot at logic at all. I don't think logic takes these people serious enough to where he has the inclination to invest the time to be getting into the granular details of how they formulated these theories. And I don't think anything is wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's an indictment from me to him necessarily. I'm just saying.
I didn't say an indictment. I didn't say an indictment. I'm saying I like hearing you say plain, blunt shit. That's all I'm saying. When you say plain, blunt shit, that's why people be trying to threaten you and all kind of shit. But in actuality, I'm saying what you're saying. If they listen to what you're actually saying, it's probably helpful. That's
right. Right, yeah. I mean, logic, come on, you gotta admit, you don't take these people serious. You kind of look at them as like clowns. Right? You'd cop to that.
I don't think he's there.
Yeah, that's more important. I think they're just regular people, and some of them, I think they went to school and then somewhere along the line decided to abandon their education. So how do you look at it?
Right, that's what I'm saying. You don't look at them as people to be taken seriously. So in light of that, I can't see you invest in a couple hours to read a Wade Noble's book or a Naeem Akbar book to see how they formulated these theorems or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
but they already told me some of their conclusions, bro. I don't think some of that's really necessary. What do I need? What do I actually need, right, to arrive at a conclusion?
Somebody
I don't think you need on the interstate. Difficult choices to make. Who is divine? And when you stop being divine, then we got to say, how do we isolate you from the human community? That's when we get heavy now. That's when we get difficult choices to make.
So I need to read stuff that justifies that logic, that line of thinking, right? That's what you're trying to tell me. So he's already telling me where I'm gonna end up. I'm gonna end up with these tough choices of what to do with these people at the end of the day. So you've already told me where I'm gonna end up. What's there like for me to map out how you got there and I know it's wrong? What am I reading it for? I know it's wrong. Look.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
Look, did you not actually hear like the rest of this whole presentation? This has actually been a good presentation. You ain't catch all of it?
No, I watched it. I think there's just a lot of assumptions, a lot of absolutism that's not really backed up by any kind of rigorous kind of research. Because again, like, you don't think there's much there to research anyway. So you kind of go about it in like a cursory manner. You piece together a couple YouTube clips, a couple, sound bites, and you formulate a conclusion. You know what I'm saying?
Shake it up. Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit. Own stuff. Shake it up. Find out what about the old stuff that was just dumb shit.
Just dumb shit. That's what you sitting there justifying right now.
Yeah, but what he's talking about is the brainstorming process, right? So it's the same thing that the APA does. And I was asking Brass, I don't know if you heard me when I asked, I said, did he realize that what gets entered into the DSM, right, what gets considered a disorder versus what's not a disorder is done via vote? And also the criteria that they use to define these disorders are done via vote also. Did you guys, were you guys aware of that?
So hold on, I just want to be clear before we go forward. So you're saying that they bring up these disorders and then with nothing else, they just vote to see which one they're going to go forward with?
No, I didn't say without nothing else, because remember the criteria. Hold on. The criteria themselves that define those disorders, those are also voted upon.
Okay, that's
you see what I'm saying?
But I'm saying no. But
so when Wade Noble says, and I'm gonna be candid, I don't know anything about these guys, right? I know as much as Logic or anyone else here knows, which is pretty much surface level, right? But when I hear him say, "Hey, shake it up and discard the bullshit," that's what he's saying in that clip when he says, "Shake it up and whatever you get to realize is there's some nonsense bullshit, get rid of that." He's just talking about the process of how you
So there's gonna be some bullshit in it, right?
In the formulation process. You have poor. I don't know, man.
I want to stay on your point. I want to stay on your point.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Chef. You don't ask. It's your channel. You gotta ask.
No. I want everybody to get their thing off. Like,
I can answer Hassel's question at any point. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and answer it now. I don't want to break the comp because I'm gonna go left on y'all.
Okay, that's fine. So just so we're clear, right? Because I did do some cursory information because you asked me something similar to this before when me, you, and Sosa was talking, and some shit that came up to where, once again, I'm outside of my way outside of my own domain. So I'm just kind of learning as we all learn it. So early psychology was theory first, but the issue, Haskell, that I have is that it becomes science later. So when you talk about Wilhelm Wundt, Sigmund Freud, William James, yes, these pioneers, they made up frameworks, but they eventually tested, revised, and either confirmed or discarded by later researchers. So when we talk about the APA, the American Psychological Association, and the DSM, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, over time, they remove or revise these categories. Yes, the process is voting, but their process is self-correcting. The difference with the Afrocentrics, and then we'll get into the vote. The difference with the Afrocentrics is that, yes, their psychology also began with untested ideas. But when these ideas are later subjected to systematic testing and peer review, that's what was supposed to happen. Throw some shit against the wall, make some shit up, vote on some shit, put it through some form of rigor, and then it gets peer reviewed and then discarded or added to the lexicon. But these Afrocentric psychology concepts like alien self-disorder, melanin theory, white genetic annihilation, they never go through any process. They stay as cultural political metaphors, but here's the problem. They stay as cultural political metaphors in academia, white, black, or otherwise, whatever y'all want to call it. But then they take the shit irresponsibly and start passing it off as science to unscientific people when it didn't follow the same lexicon. And when you talk about voting, yes, there is voting, but the actual process, the vote is after someone proposes a new disorder, treatment, or theory. It gets tested in peer-reviewed studies. They do an evidence review. And the categories you're talking about are replication of results, clear diagnostic criteria, and distinction from other disorders. Then step 3 in the DSM process, they do a committee vote. It's either inclusion or removal is decided by a vote of the expert work group. And you're right that they do vote on what those categories are. But even in the DSM process for the criteria of the definition, before it's ultimately voted on, they do a proposal and work group formation. They do a drafting criteria. They do public and professional feedback. And then they do a vote to reject or approve the disorder's inclusion. All of this shit follows science. It's just the Afrocentric shit. When they say made it up, they make it up and then stop and just put the shit out. That's irresponsible as a doctor. And when you have that doctorate, that's irresponsible. And the sad part, like Corey say, I'm gonna land my plane, is that they put it out to us as science. So here's the thing: if a motherfucker has the alien self disorder from Wade Nobles or melanin theory, and they find it useful for them in their life, and they go out and use it, cool. But then if you get somebody like a Dr. Umar and takes it as science and starts saying, well, a scientist told me that melanin theory and white genetic annihilation and alien self-disorder are scientific terms. And then he starts taking money from the community, or a motherfucker like polite, charismatic punk ass, take it and start passing this shit off, and he got more charisma. But you know what he got that Francis Cross Wilson didn't have? He got the internet, he got social media, he got Zelle, Cash App, Sonetta. He could rob niggas at a fucking amazing rate. So no, it's not the same, Haskell. But I understand your point, but it's just not the same in regards to the ideas that the Afrocentrics put forth. And these ones that we're talking about, not all, the ones that we're discussing, them, Neely Fuller, Jeffries, the people in this little circle, these are the ones we're talking about. Go ahead, Chef.
Did you want to respond, Haskell?
Nah, I'm waiting on you, Chef.
Oh, okay. I appreciate y'all. Now, let's do this. It says we're going to see his credibility, if his work is credible, and by what standards is his work even gauged? Who's gauging it, right? If he's having a critique of how Eurocentrism, right, racism and being a marginalized group, right, in the larger society, that these things will have an effect on the group being marginalized. And do y'all agree with that? Any type of social pressure has results, right? Any type of social pressure influences the psychology of people in groups. Do y'all agree?
Give me an example.
Any type of social pressure, like anything. It could be every person in every group of people is affected by social pressures.
Okay. Then if you say it like that, yeah.
Right,
Okay,
right. Every group. Do you agree, Logic, or do you disagree?
Say it again.
Every person in every group of people is affected by social pressures.
Absolutely.
What about you, Haskell?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Because I know what you mean. I could take the words out.
I mean, not equally, but they are affected.
Yeah, I know, but I know what you mean, right? So
well, what I mean.
When you say any and every, you say any and every.
I
group,
say every person, that's the individual, and then every group, like, you know what I mean. If you zoom out, that people are affected and groups are in turn affected, because he talked about the individual and he talked about groups, right?
Yeah, it just depends on how, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree, but
okay,
but all of us are in agreement.
It could be something like social norms, for example, like that you learn, like saying please or thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know,
what I mean by how though is it might be a cultural effect, it might be a political effect, it might be a financial effect, and then even in the effect, it ain't all the same intensity, and it damn sure ain't all the same pressure.
Right. I agree.
I get you.
I hear Logic grunting. What's the grunting for, Logic?
No, because I just read Flash TV. He think if a white person was saying this, that we'll be believing it. And we absolutely wouldn't. Like Charles Murray say, basically
oh yeah, we fight Charles Murray. Yeah, y'all get in the Discord, bro. We kill them motherfuckers every day.
So we definitely disagree with that. We're more so coming from is if it's even potentially racist, right? Like I can't be messing with it. I can't get nowhere close to it. I definitely can't afford.
Not as a science.
Yeah, I definitely can't
racial shit
afford
works
no
for me, but
psychologist to be speaking.
not as no science. But
He
go
might
ahead,
have
we cutting Chef
to,
shit.
Make it stick real. You know what I'm saying? So.
When Chef get his shit off.
All right, so boom. So we agree that social pressures affect individuals and it affect groups. All right. Now, Dr. Naeem Akbar's credibility, right? He was the president of ABPSI.
Yeah.
Right? He was published in peer-reviewed journals, right? That, I think this, let me see. It says this journal, it's the Journal of Black Psychology, right? And then
that don't count. That don't count.
No,
that's pseudo. It's a black journal.
That's not a. I hate to say it. You I gotta agree 100%.
I'm being sarcastic, Brass.
I know,
but it shows the mentality though, Chef. Before you go on,
we can't help ourselves.
Ultimately, this all comes down to: do we believe that we have our own agency,
right?
And are we collectively, socially and politically mature enough to create our own systems?
Yeah.
Right? Because to Brass and Logic's to their point, right? A lot of this stuff is ripe for misuse. So it's a slippery slope because yes, we have our own agency, but we have to be honest, Chef, particularly when it comes to our group, because we're not so far removed from, slavery and all the bullshit, right? We really just, started being allowed to read and all of that stuff for about a century or two or so, right? And are we there yet as a group to where we could create our own journals, our own psychological associations, our own peer reviews, our own, and then our people collectively will look at that and see it as legitimate? That's the question.
No, that ain't my question.
That ain't his question. But I'd love to do a show on that question. As long as it stands up to any form of academic rigor, any form of peer review.
But what I'm saying, that's what it boils down to. Because think about it like this, Brass. What if 40,000 of us were to partition off and secede a section of land for ourselves and create Wakanda in America, right? Create our own political systems, blah, 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 blah. And we say we're going to create a psychological association for our country, right? So every single part of that system is going to be from the mind trust or the brain trust of those 40,000 inhabitants. Now, of course, you're going to take things from other countries and other groups that's already in existence, right? You're going to incorporate in it, but you're creating this entire thing from scratch. So when you say academic rigor, those that country of 40,000, you're going to be the academic. You're going to be the medical association. You're going to be the APA. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, once you create all of that shit, the journals, the everything, what makes it legitimate other than your approval within that group?
No.
Wow.
No.
So who approved white people shit? They approved their own shit.
Now you about to be Wade
Jones,
like
they don't test it.
Whatever their criteria is, they made it up. They didn't even consider black people when they did it. Think about that. If I make a whole field dealing with the mind, and everybody has a mind, not everybody has a car. That's a materialistic thing, right? But every human being has a mind, and you make the field of psychology where you don't even consider a whole group of people. Now you want those people to consider you when they are making their shit for their mind. But why would I have to do that? If I wasn't even considered, then it was nothing even taking my circumstances or my particular, situation into account. So how then can you be the one to judge whether my shit is legitimate? You don't have the framework either. But I'm creating the framework. You feel me? Your framework that you created diagnoses and analyze your cultural perspective in your minds, not mine's. Does that make sense?
So no, but okay, that kind of made sense. I'm gonna give you that. I ain't gonna be like that. But what I would say, right, is I would say that they were actually more so saying that the way that psychology.
Hey, Haskell, they saying your mic too loud.
Yeah, you got church music.
You standing in the middle of the highway or something. You on Crenshaw Boulevard.
Yeah, you just muted. Thank you. Well, yeah. So like, man, with that, I done lost my damn train of thought, man. What you was talking about again, y'all?
Yo, that sandwich must have knocked your brains
that shit
out.
must have fucked you off.
That was a serious sandwich, guys.
Yeah, that nigga had a serious sandwich, serious mayonnaise and serious toppings. God damn. He said 3 words and said, "What the hell was you saying, Nigga, wow.
I'm saying that in a nutshell, that the criteria that you want these black psychologists to accredit their information through didn't take them into account. It didn't. It used the white frame to build their concepts in it. So why would go ahead?
So what they were actually saying is that the way white psychology was actually interpreting human behavior was inherently wrong, right? They were basically challenging the entire methodology, right? So what they were suggesting, what they were suggesting was, I'm gonna show you Wade saying it if you keep going, bro. You know I got it now. So I'm saying that Wade said what they needed to do was
I'm not even talking about Wade.
Spirit. That's what they talking about.
I'm talking about Naeem Akbar.
I understand that you're talking about Naeem Akbar, but I'm saying,
I'm not talking about Francis Cress Welsing, and I'm not talking about Wade. No, I never even seen Wade Nobles before.
They would go on to justify their claims with, right? We need to re-examine the way that they even look at behavior, and they need to include, right, the spirit, because the spirit is actually what's making the material move. I'm telling you what they said, bro.
I'm not talking about Wade.
And that's what you're defending, right? You're defending that was the logical step, right? So we're gonna abandon the white people training, and we're gonna use this as our platform for how we're gonna gather information. That's what you talking about. Like, that's actually what they say. You might be missing that part. You want me to pull it up? You need me to show you that?
So let's talk about Naeem Akbar.
No.
Let's stay with Naeem Akbar though. All right. So you're asking me what he could have did, and now I'm gonna do the same thing to you, that because I feel like you're doing the can't go to the bathroom argument with us, and then now I agree that there was a time when they said that it was a mental illness for slaves to run away from the plantation. So I agree.
Drape the
mania. They had a bunch of weird ones. So we was lazy and shiftless, this, that, and the other. But with more rigor, the funny thing is they fucked themselves in scientific racism, because they was trying to do more rigor towards their own shit. When they did the more rigor, they realized that all of that shit didn't even work. So they just threw that shit out. It's gone. The sentiment may have stayed, but it was gone. But if we're talking about Naeem Akbar specifically, Naim Akbar, based on the timeline, in 66, 70, he got his PhD in psychology from a shitty university up north. Now, what he could have done with the alien self-disorder was he could have designed operational definitions for concepts, right? He could have partnered with statisticians to develop scales or questionnaires for diagnosis. He could have begun pilot studies within predominantly Black communities to gather preliminary data. Now, here's why. Because he had the opportunity. He doesn't have the excuse that they had in the 20s. Now, even in the 20s, in the 40s, you got Kenneth and Mamie Clark with the doll test who did it correctly, but I won't even go that far back.
And he was drawing off of his work also.
Right. But he didn't, but his work, they actually put it for peer review. Mm-hmm. He skipped that part. So even if you draw off of the work, you can't skip the part where we actually make it a real disorder and put it into clinical trials. But hold on real quick. So the civil rights movement had already broken some of those barriers. Scholars were entering research universities. The Association of Blacks, ABSI, was formed in 68 when he was before he got his doctorate. So he could have coordinated with them to launch peer-reviewed studies. In 1970s and 80s, he was the chair of the Department of Psychology at Morehouse College. He could have submitted those theories to mainstream psychology journals. The Journal of Black Psychology was founded in 1974 and was peer-reviewed. He could have used that as a springboard. He could have collaborated with Black clinical psychologists all over the country who were collecting data in hospitals, prisons, and schools to see if his concepts had predictive power. He could have used grants from the National Institute of Health. But instead, he didn't do none of that shit and just went on the lecture circuit and started promoting it as science to unscientific people, specifically Black people. So he had the ability, Naim Akbar, to do all the other things.
I never made the assertion that
I didn't say you did.
Couldn't. Right.
No,
So
I know. I'm not saying that's not my argument against. That's not my argument against what you're saying. What I'm saying is he wasn't blocked from producing rigorous science. He could have done it the correct way. He just didn't do the work. He could have made it up, like Logic said, and then put it out to
build a concept of going in outer space. You need to know that. Your children need to know that. There was not even a concept of geography. The concept of geography.
Yeah, he could have put the shit out. He could have done it the correct way. My question to you, Chef, is even if the alien self-disorder was true to you, and it's true to people, right? And it's useful. What stopped them from doing it the correct way? What do you, in your mind, try to read his mind? What stopped him?
I'm trying. Well, not to try to read his mind, but Black people, before Naim Akbar even went to school, right? Black people kind of already understood what some of their issues was as a people, right? We didn't need, like, every group of people understand the psychology of their group to some measure. Now, when you get a doctorate degree, you can put it in more scientific terms, right? You can explain the issues or the psychology of your group to academia better, right? But I guarantee you, Brass, that you, without a PhD in psychology, you can speak to Black psychology also. And then it wouldn't make the psychology that you speak of now, right? From living it, from being around it, from being in your family of Black people, right? It wouldn't change what you perceive about Black people when you get your doctor's degree. It'll just give you a more academic way of fucking saying it. That's it. Every group of people understand their psychology to some degree, right? Now, all of this elaborate, you know what I mean, concepts and words that we put over it, which we giving these people credit for, and I'm not discrediting it at all. But what I am saying is that this man, before he became a doctor, he went into his college kind of knowing black people issues. White people knew black people issues without even having to textbooks that shit, right? People could see it, right? So I'm trying to figure out when he did the Black Journal, right? When he got a group of his peers to peer review it, how then is he wrong? Because out of his profession, he didn't do it how white America said do it. This, that, and the third. That criteria that you read off, right? Read that shit off. In 20 years, they update that AP, whatever, every couple years. Shit get thrown out. So even when they do accept, that shit is not the science that you think it is. Like you're acting like they actually weighing some shit. You think that their racism or if his Afrocentrism can play into his psychology, right? And how you think that their racism can't play into that and how they do psychology? Then why would they throw shit out and add new shit in if what they're saying is just, you know what I mean, concrete? It's not. And I'm saying that he and his group had every right to do that shit the way they do. Now let me read what they did though. That y'all put me off my what's the name? It says his professional standing. He was the former president of the Association for Black Psychologists, right? He published in peer-reviewed journals such as the Journal of Black Psychology. And then he served as a psychology professor at Florida State University. Now, all that shit sounds credible to me. Mm-hmm. Now, at some point, I'm gonna have to say that this guy is credible in formulating psychological terms. Just from reading what president of this and teaching at the university, you know what I mean? At some point, we're gonna have to acknowledge that this ain't one of us up here, bro. Mm-hmm. Right? All right, now it says credibility, right? It says credibility in mainstream Eurocentric academia, right? It says partially accepted, right? His observations about cultural bias in psychology are well supported by broader literature on cultural competence and mental health. It said it's partially accepted, right? Where he's criticized, some of his writings, especially in breaking the chains of psychological slavery, are more philosophical and rhetorical than empirically tested. All right, that's a good critique. I don't have no problem with that. And then it say critics in mainstream psychology sometimes say his work lacks the quantitative experimental backing expected in traditional psychological science, right? And you read about how his shit, he could have did this, that, and the third, and he didn't, right? And this says that, you know, that's the traditional psychological science. And then it says his overtly Afrocentric framing is sometimes seen as activist scholarship, which certain academic reviewers may treat as less neutral, right? And then it says while credibility is debated. And then it says his methodology differences. It says mainstream psychology often favors statistical studies, lab experiments, and universal models of the mind. Akbar's approach is more historical, cultural, and narrative based, right? It says that, you know what I mean, Akbar's approach, it says that mainstream psychology often favors statistical studies, lab experiments, and universal models. It says that his shit was more historical, cultural, and narrative based, right?
Right.
And then it says Go ahead.
Some crap. That would.
I don't know how you got that out of that. If
No,
somebody,
I'm being hyperbolic, right? But what you said was the stuff that works, and the stuff they actually use is lab based, right?
no, well, white people.
A very nice way of saying what his is crap is by calling it narrative based, right? So that's like super far away from science. Think about what you.
No, let him finish your shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's good. It said Akbar's approach is more historical. Is historical relevant? When you're talking about how a person think, is there a history, right? And how they came to think these ways, that would be historical, right?
Yes.
That would have some burn on it, right?
Yes.
What about you, Logic?
I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind.
You nigga making another sandwich.
It's not when it comes to jeans, bro.
Huh?
Not when it comes to jeans. But go ahead.
Not jeans. I said nothing about jeans.
I ain't gonna get ahead of you no more. So I'm gonna just say yeah.
This nigga, he is making a distinguished sandwich right now.
All right, so y'all agree that when you're talking about a people's psychology, you have
history is important. I agree.
The historical, right? The history is important, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cultural, right? If our culture is, different than white mainstream culture, then the cultural aspect has to be taken into consideration also, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now we at an agreement that he was on point with the historical and the cultural parts, right?
I would say the historical, political, and cultural. I'd add even the political part.
Okay. And then it says it was narrative based, right? He had an aim for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think that most people go in. Well, in science, you don't go in with a narrative, but he had a narrative. I agree. Most you would have to because you know what you address. You know what your aim is to address what you're addressing, right? So it's huh?
I said, got it. Go ahead.
All right.
Listen to
epistemology clash, right? He uses African-centered views as a starting point, right? Which is intentionally at odds with Western academic tradition. Did you hear that logic?
Mm-hmm.
It says he uses African-centered worldviews as a starting point, right? This part is called his credibility debate. Now, if he's using an African-centered worldview, right, which is at odds with Western academic tradition. Why? Because Western academic tradition is rooted in Western thought, in Western psychosis, not in African. So there's going to be a clash right there. And that's why this section is called an epistemology clash, right? Political context. This is what Brash just brought up. It said because his work directly challenges white-centered paradigms, some dismiss it as political rather than scientific, even though cultural critique is accepted academic practice. Now, 4, academic consensus. Credible within his intended framework. It says that it is credible within his intended framework. In the context of Afrocentric psychology and counseling African-descended populations, his concepts are well regarded and influential. Less cited in mainstream and clinical psychology. Why would he be less cited in mainstream and clinical psychology? Why? Because we only make up 11% of the fucking population.
No, I'd like to answer though. I can
Go
answer
ahead.
that question.
Go ahead.
Cultural critique is definitely accepted in academia. These ain't questions. But you're not talking about what he did. See, like
This
y'all
is
keep
him.
talking like
This is
no. You're okay. But there's an end game to this with him as a scientist. So when you say,
oh my God,
if he had presented alien, listen, I'm gonna say this for the 50th time. If he would have presented the alien self-disorder as a metaphor or like social commentary, then you know what? I'm gonna bring up somebody. You read this a month or two ago. Then we would have treated the alien self-disorder like W.E.B. Du Bois's double consciousness, a respected cultural theory that's taught in universities. But you know what the fuck Naeem Akbar did, bro? He treated it as a diagnosable disorder, implying clinical legitimacy, and that automatically placed it in the realm of psychology as science. And when you place it in the realm of psychology as science versus psychology as culture, psychology as politics, psychology as and historical, then when you use the psychology as science, then it has to be testable in order for you to start talking and diagnosing people with this shit. W.E.B. Du Bois' double conscious theory teaches you that. He kept it cultural, and they taught it in school. He didn't try to pass it off as a fucking psychologically scientific diagnosis of black people. You keep skipping what Naeem Akbar did. Yes, all of that shit you said was true, but you keep skipping the part where he presented it as science and a diagnosis.
I got you. Now listen, it's a bridges of accepted theory. Many of his points about internalized oppression parallel valid concepts like internalized racism, Helms, 1995, cultural trauma, Ehrman, 2001, France Fanon, colonial psychology, 1952 and 1961, right? So it's couched in something. Now it goes to verdict. Verdict, yes, credible. I'm going to say that again. The verdict on his work, credible, yes. In African-centered psychology, cultural counseling, and African American studies, it's just for African Americans, and it's credible for them. Debated. Now, this is the debate. It says debated in mainstream psychology because of methodology and worldview differences, not because it's fraudulent or pseudoscientific. I'm going to read that again. It says it's debated in mainstream psychology because of methodology and worldview differences, not because it's fraudulent or pseudoscientific. Now that's Naeem Akbar's work. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say after that.
That it was what? Not pseudoscientific? Say that one more time.
It says it's the verdict that he gave me. It says, yes, it's credible because the initial question that I asked was, is his work credible? After it broke all of that down that I read, right, it goes to another bullet point and it answers the question of the verdict, right? And it says, yes, it's credible, right? First bullet point, yes, it's credible in African-centered psychology, cultural counseling, and African-American studies. And then it says the debate, where is debated at? In mainstream psychology because of its shortcomings, which was it? Is methodology and worldview differences, meaning their shit is built off of Western psychology, right? And how the Western mind operates, right? And how, you know what I mean? And it says it's debated not because it's fraudulent or pseudoscientific. That's why it's not debated. So y'all saying it's pseudoscience. They saying it's not pseudoscientific. I'm talking about his psychology. I'm not talking about no melanin theory or none of that other stuff. I never, I don't know if that's even in his work.
No, it is. White genetic annihilation, all that shit. But here's the thing. When you say credible, I want to take the color lens off of it and just keep it academic. In scientific clinical psychology, it's pseudoscience. It makes diagnostic claims without any evidence. Now, in cultural or liberation studies, it's credible social theory because in cultural and liberation studies, metaphor, and critique are valid tools in that discipline. So you're not wrong, but take the race out. You're not wrong. But where he went wrong, he didn't leave it in the cultural and liberation studies where it was credible. He took his ass out on the lecture circuit and started diagnosing black people as if it was science. He's the reason why what he said was pseudoscience. He's the reason. So it's not about whether he's credible. I'm about to share my screen, Logic, right after you play that. It's not about whether it's
so you
credible.
Don't agree with, so you don't agree with him?
No, I agree that it's credible in culture.
No,
I agree. I agree that the metaphor. No, I agree that the metaphor.
I don't agree with that.
No. I agree that it's useful. I told you that. I said the metaphor is useful. That disorder, alien self-disorder, I agree that it's useful. My issue with him is that he didn't present it as a metaphor. He presented it as a clinical diagnosis of all black people. Well, I don't understand where you're talking past me. You're trying to prove it credible so much. I'm not even arguing with its credibility. I'm talking about what he did. He went on the circuit and spoke to black people specifically.
That's who he was supposed to talk to.
No, you're not supposed to bring, bro. Listen.
The fuck?
You can bring us you can bring you can bring it to us as culture and metaphor, but we don't need you to go get your doctorate to stand in front of us and use and make scientific clinical diagnosis that unscientific people will think that what you're saying is actually science, like it's some real shit. Like it can't be wrong. All black people have an alien self-disorder, which they don't. But you're saying all black people have an alien self-disorder with your doctorate up there. You charge motherfuckers to come in there for that scientific clinical diagnosis that ain't real, that ain't scientifically in clinic. It ain't scientific and it ain't clinical. It's just cultural and it's metaphorical. His mistake.
What?
I'm gonna call it a mistake. That even if it's useful, huh?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Even if it's useful, and I want to share my screen. Even if it's useful, Chef. Go ahead, Logic. Play this goddamn video. I'm tired of looking at this.
Hey, I don't have the background noise no more, right?
It's short.
No, you don't.
It's short and quick.
This nigga Tony Absolute said he can't invent a diagnosis. Nigga.
Real quick.
God.
Essentially,
oh
humanistic point of view and how the sketches of reinforcement of the Watsonian notion of a Skinnerian reinforcement, how they can teach us all that, and we still come out here saying that the freedom of the black man is in knowing his African self and being able to restore the spiritual understanding that ties us to the African roots of civilization.
What kind of understanding? A spiritual understanding, bro.
You don't even understand what he said.
I heard him say the word spirit. How many times you need? You
hear the word? You hear the word spirit, and you thinking of something spooky?
What? Chef,
I agree with that statement, Posterius. I agree with that.
Spirit.
How is he not talking?
Play it again. I guarantee you. You looked at that. You read. You just interpreted that completely wrong.
Where does he say the freedom lies? Let's just
reinforcement. How they can teach us all that, and we still come out here saying that the freedom of the black man is in knowing his African self and being able to restore the spiritual understanding that ties us to the African roots of civilization itself.
How spiritual understanding that ties us to the African roots.
But that ain't what he's saying right there.
He's using spiritual as like basically saying the essence of ourselves. Come on, bro. How you miss that?
I mean, if he want to say the essence,
you think he's talking about Jesus or something?
I mean, I'm saying that he is psychiatrist using the word spirit. He definitely could have just said. He definitely could have said our material connection, right? He definitely could have said our cultural connection, right? But he actually chose to use the word spirit. I mean, I can rewind it some more so we get some more context.
Let's get some context. Hold on. Let me ask you.
Yeah, but we about to get so far away from what you were saying.
If I say the spirit, you heard of white people say the spirit of the law.
Can you just for a second?
Hold on. So when white people say the spirit of the law, right? Do you think that they mean something metaphysical, or they're talking about the essence or the root?
Chef is in the video. I know he's talking about religion. I know he is. Okay. I just picked out the short version so it didn't interrupt the
Just play a minute before, play like a minute or two before it so we can get some context. And then let me share my screen.
Skipping that never understand what is the nature of the genius of this black mind. How is it that we go through an educational system that never told us anything about ourselves? I mean, how could we go up and learn Sigmund Freud and Abraham Maslow and Skinner and John Watson, sketches of reinforcement and instinctual levels of libidinal cathexis based upon the unconscious Oedipus complex and castration anxiety and penis envy, and understood all they told us about the hierarchy of needs from the Maslowian existentially humanistic point of view, and how the sketches of reinforcement of the Watsonian notion of a Skinnerian reinforcement, how they could teach us all that, and we still come out here saying that the freedom of the black man is in knowing his African self and being able to restore the spiritual understanding that ties us to the African roots of civilization itself. How could they teach us that and we end up saying this? How could they teach Frances Wellesley all that good old European genetics, and she looked through the era and say, you talking about yourself?
Please pause that. Please pause that. That is the exact fucking example I was trying to. He was cooking for about 30 seconds.
30 seconds, right?
And then that motherfucker found himself.
I actually didn't rewind
Francis Cross Wilson, all that European genetics.
I ain't rewind for
and she looked right through it and saw melanin theory and white genetic annihilation. Now
right. So you can't say that they were grounded in some. Yeah, you can't. At no point in time,
I think he got happy up there.
I ain't going far enough back. I'm telling you.
I'm saying when he used the word spirit, when he used the word spiritual.
Hey, replay that part where he talk about
this nigga, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, Haskell. I'm tired of looking at him. Give me a second. Give me a break. Give me a break from this sweaty motherfucker in the suit. This nigga, he sweating like a motherfucker in that suit. And I know you want to go to the Sigmund Freud. I already knew Haskell was going to drop a red line on Sigmund Freud.
All that nut ass shit Freud said. Dr. Bernard, if you believe
and they kept the shit that Freud out. They kept the shit that was good and threw the majority of that shit in the trash where it belonged. All right, so hold on. Let me share my screen real quick. So I wanted to speak something specifically to what you said. Then I got to get out of here. We're going to the city tonight. Awesome. Let me share my screen. Oh, that's an invite link. I ain't did a show in so long, Chef. I don't forgot that.
I would rush this shit too.
All right, so listen, right? So when you say what was the benefit for him to do this the right way, right? About what he could have done. We already showed, his history. He definitely was credited, all of that. Mm-hmm. So I asked ChatGPT, in your mind, why didn't he do it the right way, right? Make up a theory, like they all do, right? But why didn't he do it, this alien self-disorder, why didn't he do it the correct way? And it says it, political. He had a political and cultural focus over scientific validation. He had a distrust of mainstream psychology. The audience, his core audience was Black students, community activists, and churches, not clinical psychologists or psychiatrists. His books are written for lay people, not academic journals. I agree. Resource and collaboration gap and a risk of rejection. But now, Chef, let's say the alien self-disorder, like me and you both
that shit was the truth. That
is true. No, we both.
You gonna have to convince me.
No. I didn't say it wasn't true. Let's say me and you both agree that it's true and that it's a tool that people could use. Right? It's true. It's a tool that people could use, and he didn't put it in the journals. I just asked, what would have been the benefits if he had published in academia? Credibility and protection against dismissal. Instead of critics just saying it's Afrocentric pseudo, they'd have to engage with the data and engage with the methodology. There'd be policy influence. Peer-reviewed concepts can influence guidelines, public health policy, just like post-traumatic slave syndrome could have had if it had empirical backing. Clinical adoption, therapists and counselors could be trained to diagnose and treat alien self-disorder using standardized methods, making it part of mental health practice. It could have had an academic legacy. Future Black psychologists could have cited him in dissertations, textbooks. It could have had global reach, African, Caribbean, and diaspora institutions. So then I asked real quick, so what are 5 real-world examples of cultural or community-born concepts that successfully became recognized disorders? They started giving me all these people, that's cool, but I didn't see nobody like us on there, right? So I said, what about us as Black people? What did we put forth as culture first, politics first, maybe historical first, that ended up being in science, and how was that helpful? We've had powerful thinkers. Look how they call them, powerful thinkers. Neem Akbar, Wade Nobles, Francis Cress Welsing, Amos Wilson, who created culturally resonant ideas. Okay? What it would take for us, if Black scholars, especially in the US, Caribbean, Africa, wanted to create our own recognized psychology, we need to do these things. Y'all can scroll back to the video. But I wanted to give some examples where we actually, he never ever put alien self-disorder up for peer review to anybody. So then I asked, were there any disorders similar for us that were done correctly that help us today? Yes, there are disorders and diagnostic frameworks that were researched, peer-reviewed, and now help address Black mental health in credible ways. Racial battle fatigue. This is 2003. It is created by Dr. William A. Smith. What it is, the physical and mental toll of constant racial microaggressions and discrimination, why it's credible, peer-reviewed, used in training programs for universities, has measurable indicators, impact today, recognized in counseling, psychology, and higher education research, used as a framework in employee wellness programs. John Henryism, 83. It is a high-effort coping style among Black Americans in response to stressors, especially racism, that can lead to hypertension. Why it's credible. It was developed using epidemiological data and health surveys, peer-reviewed, studied in Black American and African immigrant populations, used in cardiovascular research, mental health studies, and stress management. Culture mistrust inventory, 1981, cited in dozens, help counselors adapt therapy for Black clients with historical and systemic mistrust. Stereotype threat, African-centered mental health models done with rigor. The pattern, what all these examples have in common that alien self-disorder didn't. Operational definitions, they clearly state what the condition is, how to identify it, and how to measure it. Data collection, peer review, and replication. So we do have psychological concepts of other scientists in the field that put forth ideas that help us today on our jobs, at the hospitals. When we feeling sick, we don't know what it is, and we get a mental diagnosis. It ain't alien self-disorder. If alien self-disorder is true and is useful, he should have then been with his doctorate and his idea.
Lazy.
He should have definitely done it.
He was lazy.
Nah, see, that's what we do now. Then now we got to go to that. And it ain't the times argument, because those are people dead smacking the time.
I have not argued times.
Nah, yet. But the nigga that do is here. I saw his name before I went to ChatGPT. So my point is, there is a benefit. It's funny that if melanin theory was true, white genetic annihilation was true, if these things were true, then they would have a benefit in academia. And I wouldn't expect the nigga on YouTube to do it. I would expect the guy who got the doctorate that put forth the theory to continue to fucking work so it can help us. Not take the shit. Don't put it forth so it can help us today. Just go on the fucking Chitlin circuit and lectures and pawn it off the motherfuckers so that in the end of your speech, you could pawn off Francis Cress Welsing's bullshit and just make some money for yourself and sell some books. So no, I'm not applauding him for that. Whether it's true or otherwise, the fact that it's true makes it worse, Chef. Because it could have helped us. The alien self-disorder If it had been put forth the correct way, the shit could be in academia where it can help us. There's niggas that suffer with alien self-disorder today that when they go tell a psychiatrist, they go to the doctor and say, this is what I'm going through, they say it's bullshit pseudoscience because he never took the fucking steps to make it science and clinical. He just presented it as science and clinical so he could sell his fucking lectures and sell his fucking books. I land my plane.
Who up here? We got a full house.
A lot of niggas in here on mute.
Hits, what's up? Is that Hits? God Killer dropped off.
That was Bobby. Everybody on mute. Yeah, but that was my address to that. I don't have nothing else for that.
Oh, okay, that was awesome. I agree with you that he should have. It would have been way more of a benefit to us if he would have went through, the getting that accredited, right?
Because it's true, Chef. We both agree it's true. We both agree it's useful. But what the fuck? It never hit the cutting room floor. It never made it off the cutting room floor. And
that's a mistake. I will admit that that's definitely a mistake on his part. And we don't know if he had it all the way flushed out to be able to put it through some shit like that. You know what I mean? Also, you know what I mean?
No, I got it. But he could have got some help from some other people, you know what I mean?
He definitely could have got some help.
You know, and when you put it out into academia, I would assume the peer review aspect is maybe somebody else read it and add a piece to it. And then somebody else read it and then add a piece to it. And then eventually it would be helpful, bro. Like some of that shit is like, bro, they got theories in the 80s that address cardiovascular issues in Black people today in 2025 that had they just went on the Chitlin circuit versus taking the shit to academia, we would be missing diagnosis of just how the pressures in the system, how the shit actually affects us. So I don't applaud. He's not a nigga off the street. I'm the one giving him the credit of the doctorate. He went to a fucked up school, but you know, he can't help that. But I'm saying I'm giving these people the credit of their doctorate. Francis Cress Wilson and him. So why the fuck did y'all do what everybody else do? What the fuck did you even get the doctorate for?
Y'all funny.
That's how you'll come off mute.
Yeah, just come off mute. Just hate. What up?
Ain't respect nothing you just said.
Yeah, just fuck what I did. Fuck what you just said. That's what it is. Fuck what he just said. Now let me say what I'm saying. Go ahead.
I just want to be par for the course with everybody. I appreciate the dialogue though. I do. But I mean, so y'all do know extreme situations will have extreme measures. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
Put humans in an extreme situation, yo, you will see extreme behaviors, yo. And so if you don't think the slave trade was extreme, right? If you don't think Jim Crow was extreme, if you don't think the 60s and the 70s was extreme for human beings, then I don't know what else extreme is for people living in America, bro. There were absolutely extreme times. So when you're looking at Akbar and all them, you're looking at a response to extreme things that was occurring, yo. That's it, bro. So, you know, Chef did a good job tonight, bro. You're simply showing a response to things that were very, very pressing and extreme to these people, bro. We don't know what it feel like to be pressed like extreme like that, yo. Okay? It's starting to get a little extreme with the amount of Black people shooting each other. We've kind of reached that height, right? Where rappers are killing each other. That's starting to be mass shootings, right? Just had another one in Baltimore. That shit is starting to be extreme now. But imagine your whole life being raised up in that extreme conditions. Akbar, all of them, bro. Like, so at a certain point, yo, I gotta throw the shit away that was pseudo and wasn't right, and all the shit you just said, Brass. And I gotta commend them for the things they actually did get right, yo. To be able to even come up with any goddamn thing, yo, to trust anybody, right? In those extreme situations, man. I think we should just take a look at that, bro. That's all I'm saying, yo. Like Sigmund Freud throw this shit out of that was crazy. Everybody do it, right? People talk about it, and we gotta throw his shit out. That wasn't right, right? But if he had some merit in some things, then we'll stand on that and we'll carry it forward and make it better, yo. But I do acknowledge that these motherfuckers was in extreme situations, yo. And that's all I've ever acknowledged. But I'm saying it different. Extreme situations and extreme circumstances will get extreme responses from human beings. That's all I want to say for tonight, man. Great conversation, man. I was enjoying it. Good job, Chef. And you know, I'm right there. Logic, it got you today. He kind of got you.
No, listen.
What up?
That go Logic. Logic just had a sandwich and he ready.
That's his third fucking sandwich. This nigga should be asleep. This nigga he ate a serious sandwich at 3, a distinguished sandwich at 4, an exemplary sandwich at 5. Goddamn, how many sandwiches you gonna eat?
I'm still growing, man. I need a sample.
I want to address the extreme times.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, bro.
Okay, I want to address the extreme times real quick. I want to address the extreme times.
Mm-hmm.
So the extreme times are. Just want to read this off. I wish I could. I'll put it in the chat. Now that does sound noble. That extreme times justify extreme measures.
I didn't say
so I just want to go from the 60s. I want to go from the 60s. I won't even talk about Kenneth Clark with the doll test in 48 or Sumner in 1920, the father of black psychology. But I'm going to just go from 65 to 1990. William Cross, Janet Helms, Beverly Tatum, Claude Steele, Daryl Wing Sue, Alvin Poussaint, M. Belgrave, James Jones, Linda James Myers, Thomas Parham, Reginald Jones, Manning Maribel, Joy DeGruy, Carolyn Tucker, Bennett Johnson, Charles Thomas, Darlene Hobson, Amos Wilson, Robert Williams, Cheryl Taweed Grills. Why this matters? All of them worked in the same climate of racism Akbar faced. All of them were the Association of Black Psychologists and were explicitly fighting against white-dominated psychology. They all still went through peer review, used data, and built credibility. Their work remains in academic training today and clinics. Are they right that the Times justified Akbar's shortcut? No. Others proved you could fight the system and keep rigor. Now, this is where I would say for you. Strategically, if we're saying that Akbar's goal was short-term mobilization, then his rhetoric would be faster than research. So if this was just a short-term feel-good moment, and that's all it was, then that would make sense. But his long-term impact, and I charge Akbar with a crime. Alien self-disorder is something that we faced before him, during him, and after him. And that was something that, when put to academic rigor and probably with some help, it actually would be helping us clinically today at hospitals, at psychiatric, and with our psychiatric and mental health. And he dropped the ball because it was short term. Now, here's the problem, Godkill. My issue is not that what he did was wrong, because alien self-disorder, I think, is actually a tool that we could use. But you are the perfect person to ask this question. When a psychiatrist stands up and starts presenting cultural truth and political truth as science, and it's not science that he could do. Like, if it did have rigor, whether it's right or wrong, is he correct or is he incorrect when he starts charging for lectures, talking to unscientific people, while also in those same speeches pushing Frances Cress Welsing by name, her melanin theory, her white genetic annihilation, and everything else? Is he correct in doing that, and is the Times an excuse for those actions?
Yeah, based off what Chef read, yeah, he was right in doing it that way, yo. I think he actually did a good job, bro. And y'all misconstrued when he was talking about the spirit. He was just basically trying to get you the essence of who we was as a people, that which made us great. They was trying to make a cultural connection there. You know, slavery, Jim Crow, and civil rights erase all that type shit, yo. So he was right in doing what he was doing. It was very, very metaphorical. It wasn't based off science. Everything not gonna be based off science. So we don't want to put ourselves in a position where everything has to be scientific. That's not actually true. He actually built a philosophical model. You know, like when you say the white man is the devil, you're not saying he's an actual devil. You're saying his actions, the heartlessness, the way he do things, right, is in alignment with evil, right, with a character that we can understand. You're not really saying he's the devil. You're just saying the way he do the way they did, right? So I could see them doing that. But today, you know, it'd be a little extreme. We don't got to do that today. We don't got to carry that part of Akbar's legacy forward. Not at all. You'd be a walking pseudo at this point. But I think back then, yo, they needed an uplift, a boost, and I think those lectures right there. A lot of people were sneaking in there, bro. I see the background. I see what it is, yo. It was a whole lot of pseudoscience going on in that joint, bro. Trust me. Whole lot of rah. But them people needed that for the time. Yo. And those same psychologists, did you mention? I bet you they be sitting in there listening too, yo. So, I mean, you're always going to find people who excel with the system, bro. So the fact that we had both sides of the coin is actually a testament, you know, to who we are, bro. Like I said, I'm glad. I would find it rather odd that you didn't find black people that was able to stay to the scientific method. And the fact that you found it, I think that's admirable. And I think we should have conversation around them. And then I can jump in and beat up all the shit they got wrong. Because I know they got shit wrong, like everybody. So that's where I'm at with it.
You celebrating you celebrating a pseudo, you know that, right?
No, I'm not.
He might be a 1970s pseudo.
I've never mentioned
but you celebrating a pseudo.
No, y'all.
And you willing to fight the people academia wants to keep for the people academia throughout. That's amazing.
This is read that pseudo at though.
Yeah, they didn't say that. Yeah, y'all stressed it.
No, he was right. No. Because listen, we're just talking about the positives, Chef. Do not forget that he fully pushed in them same speeches white genetic, and he literally said that Frances Cress Welsing got education of European genetics, and she saw through that to get to melanin theory and white genetic annihilation. Pseudo.
No, is that in his work?
No, that's in what he said. When he's standing up there as a doctor, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I get what he's saying though, yo. You ain't hear all the stuff he said before that though.
Yo, this is wild.
No, did you hear all the stuff he said before that?
No, Logic. Listen, don't confuse my argument with Logic. Logic, I couldn't even understand when he was yelling and sweating and Baptist preaching. I didn't understand a word he said. Logic said he understood. Yeah, I didn't understand what he was saying. I heard the part where he said Francis
he was getting to it. Yeah,
went to school.
No, you had to do that right there though. Whoa. I don't think. See, yeah, it's a backstory to this kind of. So I think he was at the slave theater, y'all, and motherfuckers got up there, yo, and laid that shit down, yo. The shit was probably the shit was probably half crazy. If we sit there and watch this shit today, because I had all the videos, bro, I was sitting there saying, Jesus Christ, that's crazy. But I'm saying for that time period, it was par for the course in the context. So he had to come hard. He not doing that in front of his colleagues and a bunch of professionals, bro. He gonna slow that shit all the way down. That's why Chef Reddy, you gotta at least listen to the critique that was made by the man. That's why I said, and y'all ain't gonna read the Wikipedia page. Like,
no, I did read the Wikipedia. No, I've done some what's the name on him, but God killer, stay right there. So. In science, a claim must be testable and disprovable, correct?
Yeah, psychology is soft science though.
But it's still even in there, it's more variables because it's human behavior, but it still has to fall under testable and disprovable. Yeah. Alien self-disorder is so broad because he didn't do it the correct way. it's actually so broad that any behavior by a black person could be interpreted as having it or not having it, making it impossible to fucking disprove.
He doubled
Come
down, yo.
on, it's pseudo.
I know. What about they said we had a
But now you
problem because we
said
trying to escape?
but then you just said his work wasn't
Yeah,
pseudo.
I'm saying they did. I'm saying the white psychologists did the same thing, though. Remember, yo?
Yeah, and then they put it for peer review, and then they threw that. They
I don't
like
think
Freud.
they put
Hold on,
that-
wait. With Freud, hold on. With Freud,
I ain't
we
even
just
talking
went through the
about
DSM process. They make up these theories. They all do it, and then they put it towards some kind of testable, some kind of set of criteria, and then they put it in front of them, and then they do a vote, and they keep the shit that falls in, that meets the credit and beats the rigor, the peer review, the testing, the clinical. They send it out to people, do studies and research. They keep the shit that works and throw out the shit that don't.
Mm-hmm.
So now, in his case, alien self-disorder is helpful, but how he did the shit so broad that it had to be pseudo, because anything we did would fall under alien self-disorder.
But it was
so it needed review, it needed rigor, it needed some manicure.
It does for what you're saying, but for what he was attempting to do, for us to understand our minds, for us, he was doing it for us to understand,
right? Culturally,
no, psychologically.
Okay, even psychologically. No. He was doing it. Stay right there, Chef. He was doing it culturally and politically. If he was doing it psychologically, he would have did it the scientific way. That's the mistake that he made. That's the mistake that he made. He took some cultural shit and some political shit and started promoting it as science, as a scientist.
So hold on. So if a psychologist, right, come to a black church, right, and he starts to lecture or he gives a speech, right, he's still using his psychology background, you know what I mean, to give the narrative of what he's saying. Sid said, let him up. Logic. You know what I mean? So let me break this down for you. So boom, let's do this. All right. If it was when white people formulated their psychology, right? When they formulated it for themselves, right? Again, they didn't take you into account, right? Now, when we had to formulate ours, we had to do twofold, right? We had to understand the white mind, because that's what we was under, right? And that was the framework that we was given. And then we had to understand our minds and the effect of the white mind on us. Yo, that's a lot to have to unpack. Yeah. So white people just had to unpack themselves to understand their psychology. We had to unpack white psychology, right, to understand ourselves. Then we had to unpack our shit. That is crazy. Now let me read this, right? From a pseudo. This is Tony Browder.
It's crazy.
Right? This is Tony Browder, right? This is survival strategies for African Americans, right? 13 steps to freedom. Now, on page 3, he says, third paragraph, he says, in order for Africans to understand the nature of the world in which they live, they must first understand the nature of the people who interpreted the world for them. This interpretation determined their perceptions of reality and dictated how they now function in the world. Since the world of the contemporary African has been shaped by racist ideologies formulated long ago, it is necessary to understand the roots of racism and white supremacy in order to correctly interpret current events and yourself. They didn't have to do that when they was trying to figure out their mind. You dig what I'm saying? You're under a whole nother people worldview, terms, everything, their standards of beauty, everything is theirs.
Give me 30 seconds when you're done.
You come into that. So if a black psychologist if he don't go through all of the steps that they went through, Nick, fine. That don't mean that man ain't speaking the truth though.
Okay.
That don't mean he not offering us something that we can use, because I can read Naeem Akbar and get a lot out of it. You might can read it and don't get nothing. I don't think a black person can read your shit and not get nothing out of it. I think he's useful. I think that's impossible.
Okay.
And next week we're gonna go through reading this shit and see
you gonna go through reading disagree. That indoctrinating shit.
You gonna be up here. Now if you hear that shit and you say, I don't believe none of that shit, that shit's stupid. Then we're gonna see where your mind at.
Okay. Listen to this. Black psychology exists. You would think that Naeem Akbar, when he said, the funny part, right? When he says we made it up in that speech about we had to create black psychology, you know, there was no black psychology. We just made it up. We was just throwing shit at the wall. You know what he forgot to mention? That he didn't create black psychology. Bro, black psychology started in '68. The Association of Black Psychologists at the APA convention in San Francisco. Robert Williams, Charles Thomas, Joseph White, Ruth King, Wade Nobles, and Kobe Cambon. His name was Joseph. Their goal was to challenge racism in mainstream psychology and create culturally grounded, empirically sound models. This is before Naeem Akbar.
Naeem Akbar was the president of that.
Yeah, later, nigga. You don't.
Yeah.
I said founder. Wait.
Boomerang dagger yourself.
Listen to the goal, Chef. You could cut me off. Listen to the goal. Challenge racism in mainstream psychology and create culturally grounded, empirically sound models. So here's the thing. This is Robert Williams, created the Black Intelligence Test of cultural. This shit is called the bitch test. That's hilarious. He created the bitch test, Black Intelligence Test of cultural homogeneity. That's hilarious. Joseph White.
Crazy. What you say?
I'm dead ass. This shit called the bitch test. I swear.
Hell nah. And that's credible?
Credible, nigga. This shit is this is Robert Williams.
What the hell?
Black
I need listening to that.
I swear to God, listen. It says it's published. Wait. The shit is published and peer reviewed. Look it up.
So white people will peer review any motherfucking thing.
Yeah, listen. That's
but the real shit, they ain't even listening to.
You doing your Wade Nobles thing now. I already told you. You would be an amazing pseudo, Chef. I swear to God, you would be an amazing pseudo.
That's
right there. So Joseph White. I will. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna read the bitch test in a second.
So white people,
now black people, they go out. He got the bitch test.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the shit is hilarious.
Hey, Brad, you gotta let that go, Brad.
No. But it was
I think the joke's gonna be funnier than the actual real shit.
No. I don't know. But listen. Yeah, I know. Listen,
so white people let the bitch
White
get through, but won't let the motherfucker, man.
Hold on. Yeah. Joseph White taught black psychology. Listen, cultural critique, but it was tied to clinical application. Joseph Baldwin. He developed the African self-consciousness scale, validated psychometric tool, edited Black's Reginald Jones, anthology of peer-reviewed African Americans. So listen, psychological research. These were data-driven, had measurement tools, and were peer-reviewed, meaning they were scientific norms, but they were centering the Black experience. Akbar entered the game in 1970. He was the president in 87, 89. He introduced alien self-disorder, anti-self-disorder, rhetoric, metaphor-heavy concepts. He leaned away from psychometrics and quantitative testing toward Afrocentric liberation rhetoric framed in medical sounding terms. Did we do it right before Akbar? Yes. Akbar's work ain't even in the same lane. So
no, you said he leaned away. You said he leaned away from the shit you just said he did.
No, he leaned away from the empirical part. He kept the cultural part of the goal, Akbar. He didn't put his shit.
Oh, I thought you were saying another guy with the bitch.
Yeah, no. The 4 founders, they did cultural shit that was centered towards us, but they made sure that it was going to be published, peer reviewed for scientific norms to be put in clinical studies to help us. He went away from that shit. They was doing it the correct way.
But he was the president, though, yo.
In '89, that was in '90. I don't know how the hell.
Yo, but think about you gotta think about what you they saying that man is credible enough.
No, we're not saying he's not credible. I didn't say he wasn't credible.
Listen, what we doing. Let me show you what we doing, yo. That's a bad example for you to read, yo. You gotta get off that, man. That man was the president of a credible thing you just talked about.
You might not want to do that till you don't know how he made president.
He made president do it. Come on, man.
He put a gun in him.
Put a gun in.
You don't know. Okay, so listen. Why he became president? Stay right there. Why he became president?
Because he was the best one to
changed. No. He wasn't president of that organization. That's what I was trying to tell y'all. They told us this the other day, but now I'm looking it up myself. He was president of something else. He became president of the Association of Black Psychologists in '89, not because his work met mainstream scientific standards, but because the priorities were different from the APA. The AB Psi, when he became president, they valued liberation goals over APA style rigor. They were formed, the AB Psi was formed in '68 as a protest against the Psychological Association's bias. So they were focused on liberation. They weren't focused on it making
What's wrong with that?
I know what's wrong with that.
Because the alien self-disorder could have helped us, bro. If you move it to liberation, then you keep saying, me and you both agree that the alien self-disorder is actually good for Black people, and we both believe it's true, even though it wasn't proven scientific. He could have actually took some shit that helped people, put it out there, got it manicured up.
Somebody else
could be helping us today. No, they didn't. Apparently, it never happened because it's still
hold on. So think about it. If my goal is to help you, Fars-wise, to fix your mind, right? To show you why you think the way that you think, why you act the way that you act, right? Now, it might be somebody else. It might be somebody else's job to get that thing peer reviewed and so niggas can get money for it or reparate, whatever. You feel me?
We don't know that, Chef.
It don't mean everybody
We're not even
got
qualified to have a conversation. We don't know why. I mean, like now you starting to read into stuff that's above our pay grade. Like we don't know why it didn't get peer reviewed and all of that. We don't even know what that process is.
But niggas don't know what peer review is, though, yo. You just tell a group of niggas some shit and help them out.
No, but I'm saying to go through all that criteria, in order for it to be clinical, it's a bunch of criteria, it's a voting process. I mean, we could glance over it, but I'm saying we don't know. I don't want you to act like I know what it takes to take it from his theory to clinical studies and medicine and diagnosis and shit. We don't know
medicine for that shit.
Oh, there's medicine. No, there are certain things that affect us that are centered to African Americans, made up theories that went through the whole process that they now use in employee wellness programs. They use it for doctors and hospitals, the police, how to treat Black people in prisons and shit like that.
I'll say you got to throw all that out.
Yeah, like what are you talking about? Yeah, like that's the shit's supposed to make it to medicine so it can fucking help us.
So he was the president, though, yo. You make that man
of a whole nother group that switched away from the societal norms. They wanted to stay with liberty. That shit switched from empirical.
So what happened to the old group? The old group fell.
The niggas kept going. I guess they died. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. The new group took over, nigga. Shit. I don't know. We had the AB side. Now we got the House of Consciousness.
He was just on Dr. Mayat show. I didn't watch it because the audio, he don't have good technology. He older. So he wasn't near his computer kinda, and it was, you know what I mean? But I'm sure he was saying he was giving a good explanation of what his work was because he retired. You feel me? But maybe I'll go back.
He ain't back down over nothing. That's what I remember.
We went over his stuff the other day. We kind of got the idea that he would be the type that would have evolved like over time, like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I said it'd be interesting to talk to him.
Nah, y'all beat that man.
I don't know if I could beat
niggas couldn't do nothing with him. That nigga still.
He probably a super pseudo. He'll wash all our ass.
Yeah,
he been a pseudo for 80 plus years. We wouldn't have a chance. That nigga, when he hit us with so many lefts and rights and shit.
Because when Professor Smalls did the logic,
yeah,
I still have nightmares about that. Like that shit.
Yeah, he dog walk Logic. So
Logic ain't know which way to turn.
Oh man, Logic did what he only
Logic
man.
turned right. That nigga hit him with a left. By the time Logic turned right, left, he hit him with a right. He told him he wanted to go to Mexico. Hey, wait.
He wanted to go to Mexico.
He waited till the end of the interview. After Logic done been nice, humble, and polite, and told that nigga I want to go to Mexico to see the people that was here before Columbus. Logic ain't know what the fuck to do. Logic was like, what?
Nah, Logic did right though, yo. Hey, Logic,
no, we not saying he should have said something. But we just saying like that kind of fighting style is amazing. He was straight up for 2 hours and waited to the last 5 minutes. And hit him with some wild shit. Logic was like, well, shit, I done said the interview about to end 15 times. I can't keep me another hour.
That shit was crazy, yo.
Man, y'all gonna get old one day. That's all I'm gonna tell y'all niggas.
No,
I ain't gonna let nobody put no camera in no microphone.
When I get old, nigga, you better not try to hit me for no interview. It ain't happening. You ain't about to get me up here and fucking call me a pseudo and start going pull up these old videos and shit. A young nigga try to kill me. Ain't
that's what's gonna happen, yo. I'm telling you.
Ain't no way, bro.
Yeah, nigga.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, y'all crazy. All right, I'm out of here, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, real quick before you go though,
mm-hmm.
I might be throwing my hat in the ring to have a conversation about something you said yesterday on your show. Somebody dropped about the dumb diversus and Christianity and slavery. It might take me about a week, but I think I want to challenge you on that narrative.
Yeah, prep it up.
Yeah, I want to challenge you on that. I think I want to do that live too. I might want to challenge.
I forgot Brass is a Christian. Brass.
Yeah, I might want to take you on with that one.
Don't make me do it. Come on,
I could only watch that show last night at like 2-minute clips each. Like I couldn't because it was like, I want to hit the link. But I was like, nah, I ain't doing that shit. Then I saw a clip today. Then the shit went off the rails. But then I saw a clip today that means, I gotta have a conversation with you. So I'm a train, bro. I'm gonna hit up Javante Davis and train, but I might throw my hat in the debating ring.
Man, come on, yo, you gotta know Christianity was
let's not do it right now, bro. We'll derail the whole show. I'm like 20% of where I need to be. You already there.
Yo, I need time. White people along with that, yo.
Nope.
Come on, man.
That'd be a good show, though.
It would be. That's why I say I don't want to do it off the cuff. I want to have sources and all
that. I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to study for it. I'm gonna remember.
I know,
I'm going to pull my sources up on the go. No, I want you to study. Yeah, I'm going to come in cold. I'm just going to access the shit I got to access as you talk. That's what I'm going to do.
No, sir.
Leave that, bro.
Is the dumb diversity.
Talk to you later.
All right, Jay. Damn, that's funny as shit. That'd be a good ass show. This was a good show. Even the crowd is saying that this was a good show, Logic. So we appreciate that. We don't be going live, so you definitely gave us a good one.
Nah, I'm definitely gonna be stepping it up, man, and going live more. I feel like this is a big convo, right? And this like you got a lot of things that you can touch upon, all kind of different angles about, where you want to go with it. Was it ethical? Was it useful? Was it, I'm damn near chomping at the bit to show you that he talking about something spiritual, but we ain't even got there yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, break that into something else. We did this. I would say I appreciate you for doing this today because the majority of our shows, just so y'all know in the chat, we're all people that live in the real world. So like when y'all hear us in them Discord chats, don't think that we're sitting somewhere with a notebook doing them Discord chats. We out about like chef cutting hair. I'm out on work sites, DQ out of the dispensary, Logic in a bunker somewhere, Said Breeze mixing up shit with Cole. Like the reason why we give it to y'all that way is because we don't have the time to do this, like to sit on a panel, take y'all questions and stuff like that. But we still want to connect with y'all. So that's why I say they're gifts. I wasn't saying you're welcome like arrogance. It's like welcome into our private conversations, and then we'll do these. But I appreciate you, Logic, for doing this because it gives us the opportunity to kind of engage with everybody. And then we got such big shit coming, pause, that like the whole shit about to switch up, you know, and you're going to see some things that's going to financially help even people in the chat. You know, it's going to help people kind of take some of their ideas, because I don't really want to talk always to, you know, all of the, I love talking to the people on our Discord, but I don't want to be like trying to go on Sinetta and go on Smash and go on this channel, go on that channel. I found in the chat, some of y'all, not all of y'all, but some of y'all actually need to move to the forefront, because some of the shit y'all say in the chat is very witty and very good. But nobody really respects y'all as anything other than people that's coming to see them. So we want to kind of move y'all forward. We got some shit for y'all, and we want to put some money in y'all pocket, so this shit ain't all wasted time. Not take money from you, but put money in your pocket. So I appreciate
that's a fact. That's a fact. And the mic of it. What's this shit called? We got a fantasy football league, man.
Draft is Monday.
Show going our fantasy, man. We're gonna do our draft, man. I want y'all to participate, right?
We still need 2 teams, bro. Instead, hey, let me ask you a question. Instead, Joe sponsor a team. I'll sponsor another one. I'll sponsor a team.
If somebody come through,
yeah, I'll sponsor a team if you do, and then we'll be done. Because we literally got 10 teams. We just need 2 more teams to make it 12. And even if we don't get the other 2,
supposed to be all right with the 10 too, though.
Yeah, I would keep it at 10, but I throw the money in for
like
people
8.
to be able to win, so we can keep the prize money the same. So I would do that shit. That don't matter to me. But the draft order, we're gonna do a show on that Monday. We unlocking the draft order on Monday night, and then we'll do the draft. We do the draft right after training camp.
Shit gonna be dope, y'all. I'm telling y'all should mess with it, man. Like,
man, yeah.
Fun
if y'all
stuff.
ain't in the Discord, y'all is definitely missing out, man. Y'all definitely missing out. Man, but for real, I appreciate y'all coming through, bro. Said this, I thought it was a fire show, man. I mean, you
did wonderful, man. You did a good job, bro. I was thoroughly entertained. You put your premise. You let those folks do the talking.
Was it pretty clear?
Playing videos.
Yeah, you playing videos. You let them lay it down, and I think it sparked a great conversation around it. And I think today was probably one of the more hashed out, more clear. I think we kind of moved an inch. I don't think we moved far, but I think there was some movement today.
Yeah, I understand that, because we do content, and that's why I appreciate when you. That's why I think the group of brothers that we doing the next phase of shit with is important, because even with the shout out to Brother Reggie, but it was like some of the motherfuckers wanted to respond to that show that he did, but it was you and Sid that were telling us nah, just present your information. That's what's gonna happen, and just keep presenting your information, and then understand that for Brother Reggie at least, I don't understand why all these other motherfuckers capping for these pseudos.
That was a good show you did too, Reggie.
Yeah, Brother Ray, I was
got mad views.
And John Henry Clark is close to, because you could hear it. I could only watch a little bit of it, but you could hear John Henry Clark is near and dear to his heart. So I would expect that from him. I just don't understand everybody else. And you know what I'm waiting for, Sid and Chef? I'm waiting on the motherfuckers that ain't got nothing to do with this conversation. I can't just I know it's coming, right? That ain't got nothing to do with this conversation. Ain't got no dog in the fight. Don't even read none of them they shit. That's gonna kill us for trying to kill off the conscious community. Just watch, bro. Just watch. It's coming. It's gonna be Brass is a
I don't
fucking
even think
idiot.
it's killing off. It's
Logic is an
reevaluating.
idiot. And all this
It's
other
reevaluating these figures that have been potent in the community for the last few decades. And I think if we're gonna move anywhere, we gotta take what we can. If that's what they're saying, take what you want from them. That's good, and move on. Before we move on, we should discuss what was good from these folks, and then we can move on.
Right. Shout out to you, Alexis. I'm glad you still come through and see us. He said Logic and Brass trigger me, but that's my shit.
But you show up every day. That's crazy.
I appreciate that you.
Yeah, you might need a psych eval yourself.
Respect.
Yeah, you need to get the Wade Noble special. I appreciate it, but Y'all trigger us, but I like the people that come in. I don't really like the people that agree with us. I like the people that watch and really fight. Because then it gives me an idea that it's some work to do. When y'all keep saying elders, I just want y'all to tell y'all parents that y'all calling these people y'all elders. What do y'all dads say? That'd be an interesting conversation. Because at one point, Dr. York was niggas' elders too.
So let me get this straight, right? I just heard you read, which is you did a great job elaborating on the shit. I ain't had a heart to look it up because it's a mute point at this point. Mm-hmm. But the whole time I'm getting this sentiment that like people act like Black academia is just something that just came about. Like it didn't exist during the time of these folks. There was no contemporaries for these people to run it by, which is just crazy. Like we didn't have institutions or no agency in place. It doesn't make no sense. But then you read off a bunch of contemporary people names that have that their work is now accredited and is put into the world that is useful. Mm-hmm. And then we ain't seen not one eyebrow raised when you named off those folks. I ain't seen nobody champion not one name. But this guy whose work isn't really, there's nothing attributed to it in academia. Not saying none of it. I know he has some peer review works, but what we're talking about in this case, people got a problem with that, and I don't understand that, and that's why I get confused most of the time.
No, it's because I only thing I can rationalize it with said, and this ain't even an answer to your question. It's just I know that we hitting at the identity of these people, not the identity of the pseudos. These Wade Nobles, they grew up reading these books. They grew up listening to these speeches. Sonetta played the videos. You done heard the standing on of shoulders. All of these different terms from people they respect. And then the shit evoked emotion in them. That's the thing. Like he led me a certain way, right? I've had somebody in my own family say Black women is God. I didn't know where the hell that shit came from until I got online and realized, okay, this is where that shit came from. And that shit made them feel amazing. They were sitting there at my niece's graduation explaining this shit to me. Like, I wanted to hear, it's the fruit of this and it came from this. And, it's something about belly buttons. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're like, oh, everybody got a belly button. So you had to come from a woman, all this other shit. So I was sitting there like, this is wild as hell. But then it was like, I get it now because it does make you feel better. It does give you some empowerment, right? But what I liked in that last explanation of Akbar is that if his goal was short-term empowerment because he didn't have time for the research, they needed to get some shit out there now, that makes sense. It just doesn't justify why he knew it was cultural, he knew it was short-term, but then presented it as scientific shit to people. That's the part that's the disconnect that I'm gonna have, and that's the thing that all of them did that we've discussed so far. These are cultural things that may or may not have been helpful, may or may not have been pseudo, but these were doctors that didn't do their job. They just didn't do what they were supposed to do. Me and Chef and you can make cultural theories all day long, but nobody would expect us to make the shit clinical. And when we say it,
that made cultural theories though,
and they turned it to science.
And when y'all showed them videos of him going up there, he didn't recommend none of those contemporaries that he had. He recommended
Francis Cress Welsing. Right. He said all that deep ass.
Hold on. One last thing. When he was on that show with that lady, when she said, "Where can one go to, just to get a start, just to kind of start figuring this stuff out?" What did he say? My book.
Mm-hmm. No. And what did she say?
Shame on you, my boy.
Shame on you. Yeah. And once again, like Hitch always does say, this is my opinion.
They got this, they got that now, they got this. He could have named all those people that put forth that useful shit that went through the rigor that's now used for diagnosis or treatments or whatever. He didn't do none of that.
Right. So, and then so the problem doesn't it kind of starts with he decided to make it up, but it really starts with he decided to actually use it as therapy without the research. That's the part that's super crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's damn near, bro. I almost don't want to think of.
Bro, they brought it to us, and now what? I'm gonna just say we're critiquing the work that they brought to us.
I'm gonna just say
academia to critique it. He brought it to us. So why are y'all upset that what they purposely crafted together to bring to this community, we are now going through it now and reevaluating it, and y'all have an issue. It's sad.
This like low key could be like some men that stare at goats type shit, and niggas just acting like it ain't. it could be like they actually guinea pigged some real psychological.
Acting like I'm pulling this work out of the journal or something. No, we pulling it out of them books. They sold at them damn lectures. That you probably had to pay to get in the lecture. And then if you wanted more, if you wanted more of what the little tidbit he gave you for that little hour he's probably spoke, you got to get it out the book. It's like, come on.
You got to buy it, and that's where the money comes from.
Got to get it out the mud.
Science to unscientific,
which is cool. I don't knock nobody hustle, but don't get mad at me when I be like, hey man, I kind of picked up some of the shit you put down. This is a little weird. You know what I'm saying? Mad, like you got mad at that. What the fuck?
But where's Corey when you need? Corey would have motherfucking made this shit simple and plain. And I'm gonna tell y'all, and I'm glad we live. I'm getting a little sick of motherfucking Bobby up here fucking defending pseudos. This shit is a weird. This shit's like I feel like I'm in a parallel universe.
Yeah, it is, right? He up here defending.
This shit is a little strange.
My boy, he my man 50 grand. He know that. But
this
look,
shit's weird though.
You read off all those names, right? Of people who work is useful today, and to defend old boy, he said, "Yeah, I gotta throw that out." I'm like, yo,
and it's like, hey chef, how the hell am I supposed to fight? Throw away everything before the 70s? Like, god damn, how do you fight that? I can't fight that shit. That's an impossible fight. This nigga Hits is in the chat just killing us. It's an echo chamber. We've been getting yelled at the whole day. Now we get 10 minutes of peace.
Jump on our head when we talk about the elder so-called elders or whatnot. His
I don't know.
He come out with his sword. He come out swinging, boy.
Hey, chef. Do you consider any of these people your elder?
Okay,
there you go.
I don't know. Like
watch him say it.
I don't know. You're crazy. If they're using it as a term of respect for them being
it's an endearment term,
older, like I don't have it. Like if you call like it could be if I'm in your city and there's an older person, I'm going to acknowledge them as an elder. They don't have to directly be, personally connected to me for me to recognize, that, they're elder. Like if that's the way that they're saying it, like I know you respect them, right? So I'll in turn give them the respect that that you give them. Like if they're your elder, then I don't mind calling them an elder, right? Cause like, well, would you not? Like the elders in your church, right? They the elders, right? If I come to your church, I'm going to acknowledge them as the elders. Like I'm not going to say, fuck you, brass. They ain't my elders. I don't know them old motherfuckers. That would be, Like,
yeah, no, that's
yeah, but that's not a direct statement. It just sounds good. I tell you, you would be a great pseudo.
We've never had a malicious
sounds good,
approach to these
but
people.
the shit between elders in church and elders in Afrocentrism is completely different. Bro.
No, see, they are part of a real community. So if those if those people acknowledge them as elders, which they would be to them, then I'm not going to go around them people and disrespect their elders and not, acknowledge that they elders. Like, but are they my elders? Is what you really ask.
Yeah. Okay, I can get with that.
No, they not my elders, but they are elders. But they're not my elders.
I think they're elders in the sense of being old. But when these guys are talking about elders, they're not talking about just age. They're talking
and wisdom too. These brothers ain't. They smart as hell. They
slick as hell.
Not slick as old, but they do have.
No. Wait. I said that. That came out wrong. They are. Yeah. That came out.
Like they do have.
These
wisdom,
are PhDs. These are people. They're well read. They are even as autodidacts and self-taught, it's alarming the amount of them, but you could tell they are well-read in their speech. The reason why I say they slick as oil is just they all get up there and sound like pastors.
Oh, that's where they come from.
The slick niggas allow
that's the part.
The non-experts to still exist. That's why they revere them so much. That's my take. It allows the future non-experts to give their take on it and have it taken a bit more serious than a traditional layman.
And Brother Mathis makes a good point. They call them ancestors too. Now that I completely understand. They do call them ancestors too, and that is cool. Shout out to Sister Safa. She said that Elder Sarnetta crap though is silly.
Sarnetta's an elder. He gotta be if everybody.
But you know the difference. See, they know that there are people
I wouldn't know. See. Saber Chef, Baba Brass, and Master Chef.
I like that. Hey, I'm about
y'all get that
sound. I like that shit.
I don't like that. See, I told you be a great.
Don't give me no adjectives, my boy. I don't want no adjectives.
No, Master said. You gotta listen to me, Master said. Come on, baby.
Hell no.
Master of love.
Hey, I'm like Rashad McCants when you said Kobe's 81. All right, that's a good show. We call that a day. Hell no. I'm telling you, if you're not a doctor, at some point, if somebody keep calling you doctor, you're supposed to correct them, bro. You're supposed to say, like, yeah, I ain't no doctor. Like, I really wish, Logic, you probably got to do a lot of work. There's an interview out there, because these niggas is pseudo. There's an interview out there where they like, man, if I showed you how much money I made off these niggas, you wouldn't even understand. You wouldn't even hate on me. Trust me, everybody get caught slipping, bro. So there's a video out there, trust me, of them saying some worse shit than even what he made it up is wild. That's wild. In and of itself is wild, but I'm sure
wild
they got
admission.
wilder than that.
Right. From a professional with all the laboratories around him, for him to just sit at home and make it up, that shit is fucking nuts. Oh my god, dog. Yeah,
I just love the goal of the original.
Like, was there no one else at that time that, like, who are they citing, like, in these things besides other, like, people with fringe ideas? It's like, it's just fringe.
There is no citations.
Yeah, I mean, look at how the whole thing happened, right? He come up with the idea, like he said, made it up. He bring it to whatever organization, and they just run with it. Ain't nobody tested. Nobody was like questioned it
because he was the authority.
Yeah, we just gonna rock with this.
So his word was gold.
Yeah,
and that's what they do. They get
got the shit said with Richard King. We just found out Richard King was the initial motherfucker. It was Neely Fuller. He had his racial codes. Then it was Richard King. He started talking about the melanin superiority, and then right behind them too, Frances Cress Welsing. She took Neely Fuller, put it with Richard King, and came out with white genetic annihilation, melanin theory. It's an easy thing. Now, what would be more fun is to trace white genetic annihilation from when she said it to Umar Johnson when he said it last Wednesday and took money for the lecture when he said it. Like, how the fuck did it get from her? If she ain't dangerous and what she said ain't dangerous, how did it get from her to Dr. Umar Johnson in 2025? But it ain't dangerous.
And from Dr. York.
Yeah, I'm shit, bro.
Dr. York eldered in according to y'all standards.
I said it earlier, but they said I was crazy.
It is, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Boom, mic drop.
Yeah, I'm out, fellas.
Nothing dropped behind that.
I'm gonna chop this video up. I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna do the
great
replay.
job today, Logic, man. I always tell you, Logic the voice of reason, because he'll sit back and ponder on it. Like, he'll gather everybody's point of view, and then he'll be like, "So, are you trying to tell me?" Like, I think he puts a good effort forth on how he presents the info. That's necessary. It's very organized.
Appreciate it, man.
I didn't even know he was in the back looking up, looking for anything, honestly. So when you like, yo, I got this put together, I'm like, oh shit.
Oh yeah. Yep. I'm even got a nice little closeout for the show. I'm gonna segue into like the next part of
Oh,
how
so you got it broken down in segments. All right, I see.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yep. But you got anything else?
Big dog? Yeah, it's your show.
Because look, I'm glad if anybody stayed, because I still, like I say, I still got a lot that I can go in different directions, right? But I think their words is definitely gonna drive to where I'm thinking. Don't listen to nothing Chef said. Let's just start there. We're gonna start with we not listening to Chef, and we listening to what Naeem Akbar said about what he mean, right? I'm gonna play this.
We need to understand the nature of a mind that brings together the spiritual and the rational, and understanding that spirituality and rationality are not contradictory, they constitute the same thing. We need to restore the understanding that law, be it common law or civil law, is rooted in the ethical law of Ma'at, which is the natural law of the creator. That
y'all heard him, man. Y'all heard him talk about the spiritual reality and the material and the
law of Ma'at.
Y'all heard him, bro. Y'all heard him. Why is the psychologist talking about Ma'at? I think some of this, it's some deep questions when you start to really think about it. Like it should make you be like, what the fuck? Like,
how is this cultural to us?
Yeah, like wait a minute. How is that our therapy that you trying to do? Like you know what I'm saying? All this experimental anyway, but it's wild. Hold up, let me play my last little video and we're gonna shut it down. It's only a couple seconds. Let me get that bug. Because I keep saying this is how they got into Egypt and all that spiritual stuff, right? It took a little turn and somewhere in this part of the roster change, right? When these faces got involved, you started seeing all this other stuff.
That how does historical consciousness result in this feeling of cohesion? He argues that historical consciousness constitutes the safest and the most solid shield of cultural security.
That wasn't the right one, but we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue on another day. I don't want to keep y'all no longer, but they start to get into some spiritual stuff, right? Why is the psychologist attempting to study human behavior through the spirit, right? Like how do I begin to follow whatever line of reasoning that he goes down? Once he involves it, it has something to do with my eye, right? It's got something to do with this African spirit that he talking about. So I mean, when you consider the attempt, and what direction he's trying to go in, all the nobility about him kind of fighting goes out the window with I feel like a touch of at least laziness, right? You didn't attempt to apply the scientific rigor that you used to get your thesis for your PhD, right? But you brought that PhD of credibility to the Black community when you gave us this crazy hypothesis that you came up with, that you literally just made up, right? And then look, we just kind of getting started for real. We'll kind of tune in for next time, bro. And man, if y'all ain't in the Discord, bro, y'all still tripping. We talking about this, we're gonna talk about this all week next week. You know what I'm saying? This is just gonna spark up conversations. People gonna be watching this, dissecting it. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of gonna be, it's gonna be ongoing. And I'm gonna come back, sometime next week, at least one time, and break some more of this stuff down. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get in a little bit more into like psychological techniques that's out there. Because y'all did, I don't know if y'all really remember hearing it, but it's actually in this presentation today. They said that this man right here is a social psychologist. We're gonna look at what that specializes in, like we're gonna look at what his training allows him to be able to do and how it should be able to analyze his environment, blah, blah, blah. We're going to do all that and see what all this Egyptian stuff is coming from. So I got y'all. Just stay tuned and I'm out, man. This was a lot of fun. We can play some DQ on the way out, man. That's the best way to do it.
I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man. Better nigga wanna be a real nigga like me. Can't be like me. I'm a crazy ass nigga, no controlling shit. What you saying to me, no controlling this beat. Crazy to me how you claim me to be. What you don't understand, I'm a G. What you don't understand, I'm a beast. Let me know if you can talk like me. Swag guy with a pipe full of cash on me. That's why I always got a sag on me. Make a bitch pop a tag on me. Put the damn gas on me. I'm a grown man. Grown man. Grown man. Grown man. I've been grown for a while, man. I don't even know what it feel like to be a child, man. I've been living like a wild man. Might do a show, pop everybody in the crowd, man. Like 5, 5, 5. You get it too. Tight on the 1, hitting out the 2. Fucking my bitch only time I come 2. If you want pounds, get him 3 for the 2. Got a whole lot of this, got a whole lot of that. These niggas, they want my spot. I'm perfect. I've been so fucked up that everything I do is purposed. Niggas out there flexing with no money, what's your purpose? I've been so fucked up that everything I do is worth it. Worth it, worth it, worth it. Been so fucked up that everything I do is worth it. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man. Better nigga wanna be a real nigga like me. Can't be like me, I'm a crazy ass nigga, no controlling shit. What you saying to me, no controlling this beat. Crazy to me how you claim me to be. What you don't understand, I'm a G. What you don't understand, I'm a beat. Let me know if you can talk like me. Swag guy with a pipe full of cash on me. That's why I always got a sag on me. Make a bitch pop a tag on me. Put the damn gas on me.
These facts, baby, ease back. Bitches come in threes like them swishing sweet leaf packs. It's that where respect it, Waco, Texas, Andre 3 stacks. Pulling bad bitches, what that old Patty B's at? I'm known around this bitch. 8.5 is on the brick. You can't hit my phone for shit, but if you hit my phone for hit, you gon' hear a phone no click. Probably somewhere with my hometown homegirl on some stone and shit. Send her home and shit with that bone that you won't forget. Bitch, I'm on the list. Can't smell shit, I'm cold as shit. Please don't have no bone to pick. I keep that grip, it's loaded. I might take an acid trip, get some brand new acid dip. You can say I mastered this. I made the beat, I'm goated. Yeah, I'm on the list. Can't smell shit, I'm cold as shit. Please don't have no bone to pick. I keep that grip, it's loaded. I might take an acid trip, get some brand new acid dip. You can say I mastered this. I made the beat, I'm goated. Yeah,
I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man. Better nigga wanna be a real nigga like me. Can't be like me, I'm a crazy ass nigga, no controlling shit. What you saying to me, no controlling this beat. Crazy to me how you claim me to be. What you don't understand, I'm a G. What you don't understand, I'm a beast. Let me know if you can talk like me. Swag guy with a pipe full of cash on me. That's why I always got a sag on me. Make a bitch pop a tag on me. Put the damn gas on me. I'm a grown man. Grown man.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Crazy, deranged.